everyone, Diane here, welcome to my channel. Today we're going to have a bit of fun painting something super easy just for the heck of it. Some pine trees in a misty sort of forest. Now, this is an idea which came to me from my virtual friend Denise, who lives in California, and she sent me this last night when we were having a chat. And this is what it's roughly like. I'm going to show you the photo that she sent me, and it's just trees. And I can't actually see any background there, but it seems like quite a nice misty sort of scene, and I'm going to put a sky behind it actually, although I can't see one on the photo. There probably is one. I'm going to be using my well-used Kuretake set because it's got lots and lots of different greens, and I think I can probably make what I need from that. We'll see how that goes as we go along. I'm just moving everything across a little bit. I've got some gold paint here from Mab Watercolors. You can get those on Etsy, and information is in the description below. There's also a gold Kuretake pan as well, which you can use. I've got my Artex acrylic marker here in white for snow. I've also got Talon's white gouache, which is an opaque white. And I've got my aqua bronze from Schminke, gold color, and I've got two erasers, don't need that. These are various different golds that I swatched out the other day, so I just don't know quite why I've got that, but anyway. What am I going to do now? I've got a slicky gold pen in case I need that. These are just the things that I've got a silver hybrid gel from Pentel. I need to order some more of those in gold because I seem to have taken them all to Egypt. I've got my Drawwell paintbrushes and a piece of Meaden watercolor paper. This is a pad or a block that they do now, which has got 3 different qualities of paper on it. We've got 5 sheets of rough, 15 of cold, and 10 of hot. Basically, the idea is that you use more cold than rough or hot. Unfortunately, it's all joined together with the glue and everything, but what you can do is you can separate them around there. So this is your hot press, which is at the back. This is your cold press, which is in the middle, and this is the rough press, which I'm just about to use the last couple of pages of. So I'm going to work on the rough today, but hey, you could use rough or cold. It doesn't really matter. There's not much difference. And then I think I'm going to just wet the sky area really loosely. I'm not quite sure exactly what way I'm going to do this until I do it, but I'm going to give it a sky. Now, you could do the sky in a contrasting color, like pale pink or something like that, or you could do it in blue, a misty bluey grey color. I'm not quite sure. I think I might actually go for grey. And for that purpose, I'm going to quickly pop over to my Art Nouveau set and pick up a little bit of one of these greys. We've got a few different greys here. This one perhaps would do, because we don't want anything terribly, strong in the background. And I think maybe a sort of snowy sky, something like this. Why not? So we'll just do that. And don't need to go down very far because obviously the trees are all in the bottom. And when we've done the trees, we'll kind of carry that down in a green area, and then we can do the writing on top of that if we decide we want to do that. So that's that. And so we don't need the Art Nouveau set anymore, although we could, if we only have the Art Nouveau set, we could use these greens here. Nothing wrong with them. Maybe I will. Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will do that, actually. I think I might. I haven't used the Art Nouveau for a while, so let's do that. But you could just as easily use the regular set. It doesn't make any difference. Now I'm going to paint this kind of, what's the word? spontaneously without any further preparation or anything. I'm just waiting for that to dry a little bit more. I might whack the hairdryer on it for a sec. That'll probably do. It doesn't have to be super, super dry. You know, of course, don't you, that basically what we do when we are painting together is we're learning techniques, aren't we? And what you actually paint really doesn't matter all that much. Because we're learning how to control water, learning how to mix paints, how to choose colours, how to get, you know, the sense of depth if you want it. And this is a painting that does have a sense of depth about it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to emulate that, but if we look at that shot again, you can see the ones in the distance are very pale, and that's because they're a long way off. And that's what they call aerial perspective, when you get the sense of depth or perspective from a lightening of the colour or the tone. Aerial perspective can be conveyed by something becoming bluer, as things in the distance tend to be, or by lightening the depth of the colour itself, so making it a paler green. Doesn't necessarily have to be bluer. As in this one, actually, because the colours of the trees in the background are lighter, but they're not really bluer. There are some blue ones in the foreground as well. So that's the way they've chosen to do it, and it looks quite good. And we'll see how it turns out for me when I start. I don't know how it's going to go yet. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, I wanted to mention a book that I've been starting to reread, and I want to recommend it because there is a very, very good review of this book here on Art Book Nook, which is run by Kay over on her channel. And yeah, this by Ray Balquill, who I've been on a course with a couple of times, and he lives down in Devon. I think he still does 1 or 2 courses each year. For anyone who's in England and wants to go and enjoy a little bit of Devon. He's a great painter and a good teacher, excellent teacher too. I bought this book when I did my course with him. And look at this beautiful picture, you know. And he signed it for me, and I've got another one of his that he dedicated, wrote a sort of, you know, nice message inside it. Came to my birthday party, in my 50th birthday party, which I happened to have when I was down there on this course, and he actually rocked up, and that was really nice. I think it was sort of by accident, but anyway. So this book, I asked Kay to review it because he's my favourite painter, I think, of all painters. And she did a brilliant job. And yesterday she just told me that she'd had a note from him, a message on, or a comment on her channel from Ray himself, thanking her for doing such a nice job of reviewing what he says is his favourite book. And so I just thought I would show it to you briefly and suggest that you might like, if you like landscapes at all. I mean, he's mostly almost entirely a landscape painter, but there are pictures in here from Brittany, from Italy, from England and Scotland and a few other places as well. And it's a really good book. And it's true that Kay does a very good job of reviewing it, probably too good actually, because you almost don't need to buy it in order. I mean, these paintings, I just adore this style. And I've tried to paint like this, but I can't. Well, I can't paint like this, but I can look at his and marvel. And the thing is, what he does when he does paintings is he always paints standing up at an easel, and he puts his watercolor paper up on the easel, and he basically starts off with a big brush. I'll show you, there must be a picture here of him. Here he is, he's actually sitting in his studio here. And he starts off by almost throwing the paint onto the paper to begin with. There he is standing up in Devon. And I could have been in that group there because we were doing a lot of standing around watching him paint. So he puts up his paper and he takes a big brush and he just puts a massive wash all over the whole paper. And then once that's begun to dry, he doesn't wait for it to dry. And then he starts to go in with other things and ends up perhaps sometimes finishing off with pastel. But that's how he creates these amazing skies, which are so evocative of old England. Yes, we went there on the trip when we went painting with him. And this is Brittany, and there's one of his groups. Anyway, I digress because I want you to go over and have a look at this review if you've got a spare 10 minutes on Kay's channel. I'll put a link in the description below. I'm not even sure if this book is still available. There are a few copies out there secondhand, but I think it's out of print. But anyway, if you come across one in a bookshop or online or something, don't hesitate to buy it because it's a lovely book. That was not an advertisement. I stand to gain nothing from any of that. I just thought you might be interested. Now I'm going to start with this painting. Now this is completely dry. And we'll look at our greens here. And fir trees can be practically any shade of green depending on what kind of light is hitting them. So we've got various greens here, even going into turquoises and so on, which we could use. And we might want to think about making this a little bit on the abstract side, you know, not particularly realistic. You might want to draw some of your trees in if you're not very confident about them. I'm probably going to use a reasonably small brush like this for the ones in the background. And I'm going to basically copy what I've got in front of me, but choosing my own colours. So I think I'll start by cleaning my palette and just to give myself a bit of space. Well, I'm starting to feel a little bit more alive now. I woke up this morning, I felt fine. My husband came into the bedroom and said, he came in with coffee and I said, he said, did you sleep okay? And I said, yeah, fine, thanks. And I said, how about you? And he said, terrible. I said, what? What do you mean? And he said, terrible. Well, Liam woke me up at 4 o'clock, that's the dog, barking, and I had to take him out. And then I came back to my bedroom and there was a hornet. There was a hornet in my bedroom. And oh my God. And he was terrified of this hornet. I don't know why he didn't wake me up. Anyway, so he he got up, got dressed, keeping an eye out for this hornet, and then went and got the fly spray and sprayed the whole room till it absolutely stank, and closed the door and came downstairs and sat on the sofa for the remaining hour of the of the night. And yeah, anyway, so that was his story. Anyway, so after we'd had breakfast, he said, I think I better go and find what's happened to the hornet. So we went up to his, and in between he said, there was something crawling on my leg. Do you think it was the hornet? Do you think it stung me? And I said, I think you would know. If if the hornet had stung you, you would know all about it. You wouldn't be asking me if it had stung you. He said, oh yeah, that's true. Anyway, so we went up and we were looking around in the room and thinking, where the heck did this hornet come from? We had a hornet's nest destroyed a couple of months ago outside, but they're all supposed to be hibernating. So what the heck was this hornet doing in the bedroom? Anyway, in the end, we found it in inside his bed. It was actually inside the bed, and it appeared to be asleep just below the pillow. And so we got something to cover it with so we could get rid of it. So I emptied his garbage bin onto his dressing table and put the bin over the top of it. And Tamsin was there by now. And she looked and she said, that's not a hornet, that's a wasp. And I said, it's ever so big for a wasp. And she said, oh, it's probably just a queen. So anyway, all the fuss about a wasp. And so we put it outside and let it go off on its journey. I'm sure it was trying to hibernate for the winter inside the warmest place it could find. So that was exciting. That's how my day started, after which I felt quite exhausted. Not that I'd done anything. Anyway, I have mixed up some pale green here while I've been yakking. I hope you enjoyed my story. It was quite funny. Anyway, so I'm going to paint some light green trees in the background. Now, depending on how experienced you are with painting fir trees, you may or may not know that the easiest way is to draw a vertical line and then have some sort of spiky, sticky out bits pointing upwards at the top, and then as you go down, they level out a bit until they go like that direction. Now, we're not going to try and do anything too fancy because this one is going to be obliterated by the ones in front. So we're not too worried about how it turns out. But what we do want to do is to make sure that we change the colour every time. The air conditioning is blowing cold air at me and I don't need that. Go away. Next one, let's make it a little bit higher. Let's do the same thing again. Put in a line, it doesn't have to be straight. Your branches are going to go upwards near the top, and then they quite quickly decide that they're going to go down because I suppose they get heavy. So that's what we will do. Again, we don't need to worry too much about any of this because it's going to be covered up by what's behind. And then I'm going to add more water to that, and maybe a bit of grey to do one a bit further in the distance over here. And this is, you know, you can play around with this and it doesn't matter how it turns out because this is just a bit of fun. So let me know if any of you who have had hornet stories where it turned out there actually was a hornet. We have had them in the house. We have, so I wasn't entirely surprised when he said that there was a hornet in his bedroom. We had them come down the fireplace. I think that's how they probably got into the house a couple of years ago. I don't like them. I don't like them very much at all because a few years ago, my next door neighbour, who is now no longer with us, he's in a better place, and I don't mean the south of France, he told me that he had been on his tractor one year and he was ploughing the field or whatever he was doing, and he was stung by a hornet. And it went through his jumper. He said he had his sweater on, but it stung through his clothing. He said, before I had a chance to get off the tractor and go home, or because he was worried as well, he said, I passed out and I was unconscious in the field. And he said, I was very lucky because somebody else came past, who was driving past and saw me and realised that it all was not well. So he came in and picked me up and took me to the hospital because it turned out he was allergic to the darn things and he was going into anaphylactic shock. So, you know, that alarmed me. I didn't realise that they could kill. Now I know. And this isn't even the Asiatic ones, this is just the ordinary ones. Right, so there's your trees in the background. And what you have to do now is you have to dry them off, and then we'll come in and do the next layer. So I'll just grab the hairdryer. Okay, so I'm using a size 5, I think, round. Yeah, this is a Draw Well round. Next colour, we're going to do something a little bit darker, but not humongously darker. I'm going to put some grey in it so that it is a bit greyer, and try that out here. Yeah, I think I'll do a couple like that. Maybe we'll start over here. We don't want to cover up everything that we've just painted, but we will let them overlap a bit. Let's put one here. I always think this is where I want music when I'm doing this kind of thing, and I can't, because you can't just put music on and play it in the background, because that's against the rules. So if you can hear music now from my channel, it's because we've added it afterwards. Yeah. So I'm going to just change the color a little bit here. Thing is, you know, we use other people's designs. This is a Christmas card, obviously. We use other people's designs as inspiration or ideas and stuff. But you'll never really completely copy. You might try to, but you won't be able to completely unless you're one of those experts that does it for a living, like they do in China, where they go to college to learn how to paint like other people. And I was just saying, you know, I'm looking at Ray Borquill's lovely paintings and wishing I could paint like that, but I never will. Even if I was to try and copy, which I have, because that's one way of learning. You can learn by emulating somebody that you appreciate the work of. You can try to copy it as closely as possible, you know, every detail that you can possibly try to get in. But you'll never get there completely. It's impossible. But you do learn something from that. I'm just going to dry this again. And we're going to go a little bit darker again. So I am going to get myself a copy of that book by that chap that I mentioned the other day, Steal Like an Artist, I think it's called. And because I think I did look at a review of that online, and I think it might be quite interesting. Not big, well, because this is something that we talk about a lot, don't we? And, you know, the other day I did a copy of Polar Bear that was, I saw it, the version by Andrea Nelson, and I thought, oh, that's fun. I'm going to do that. And the thing is, what I want to say, and I said this at the time, I think, I don't know if you've seen it. If not, you might want to go and have a look. But so what I'm doing when I do a copy of a painting like that is I'm teaching technique, right? So I was showing you how to achieve the dark sky background. And my way, you know, everyone's different and does things differently. And if you've watched Andrea, isn't it? Forgotten. Anyway, if you've watched anyone else doing it, you will see their way of doing it, and everybody's way is different. I want a bit of black again. And if you have a book that's got instructions in it, it's often really, really difficult to follow those instructions because obviously it's not live, is it? It's just photos, and sometimes not very good ones. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that copying is a good idea, but that if you haven't developed the skill to paint and copy, or not copy, no, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that every painting requires a certain amount of technique. And when you try to emulate a painting that you've seen someone do online or on YouTube, or from a photo, I'll get this right in a minute. You're working from a photo of a picture and you can't make it work. That's because you don't really know what techniques have been used. That's what I'm trying to say. And what I can do by showing you how I would do it is get close to how the person who originally did it, and what the techniques were that they used. That's what I'm trying to say. So that is why sometimes I say I'm going to work from somebody else's painting and show you how to do it. Or I might work from one of my own and show you how to do it. And then you can practice. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know what I'm talking about. My brain isn't really working very well at the moment. So we are doing lots of trees, and they're getting darker as we come forward. This isn't going to look anything like the one I started with. It really won't. A very good way of practicing painting Christmas trees. Do lots of them. So in a minute, I'm going to start filling in the bottom here with green, which is not, it's not meant to look like snow. I'll do a darker one here as well, I think. Because it's green, it's very stylized, really. A certain amount of realism in the trees, but otherwise it's kind of stylized. And we're going to put snow, gold snow, I think, is what they did in the original. And put another one here. Some people are better at painting Christmas trees than other people. And I'm trying to learn. I'm going to put a turquoise one in here, I think, a sort of turquoise blue here. The result that you get is going to vary depending on what brush you use. I could have used a bigger brush, and I will in a minute for the bottom part. And put a small one in here in a dark black kind of thing, I think. One in here, perhaps. I might leave some white space to give, I might do, I'm not sure yet whether I'm going to leave some white space, but I'm going to swap to a bigger brush. And then the original has got a kind of turquoise bottom here. So let's wet, so like invert, pretend that this is, I'm going to turn it up the other way. Okay, I'm going to turn it upside down to paint the bottom part. I just decided that. So we'll do that. And then I'm going to pick up some sort of turquoise green. And I'm going to drop that along the bottom here. And we'll switch to a slightly different green on the other side here. Take it to the edge. And kind of mess it up like that. This way you have much less control, right? And then I'm going to put some dark here. And then I'm just going to link the two together. I have no idea if this is going to work. This is completely different from the original. Okay, so I have got a different effect, but I'm going to leave that like that and let that dry, and then we'll come back and put in some snow. So that's my effort so far, and this is what I was working from. So I'm going to dry that now. Okay, so I think we need some snow, and question is, you know, should I put snow on the trees or shall I just spatter them? I would be a little bit alarmed or worried about the idea of going in and putting snow all over the branches. I think that's pretty difficult. So I think I might just say this is a day on which the snow has started to fall. It hasn't yet covered the trees. So we'll do that because that's quicker, right? But you could paint in some snowy branches if you wanted to, and I'm just going to sort of, what's the word? Stylize it a little bit by coming in with some, I think, I'm not sure about this gold. I don't know whether this is a Sharpie. That probably will look quite gold when it's dry. And we could also use our white, my favourite white doodah here, if we wanted to put nice even dots in place here and there where the paintbrush didn't go. And then we can do a message across the bottom here. So for example, I'm going to take a pair of scissors or a knife or something. Maybe I'll just tear it. And then you can practice writing a message here to see what you actually want to achieve. So you could use your Sharpie and write season's greetings. Today I'm going to be painting this Christmas village scene, which I have pre-drawn and which will be available for you as a download from our website, dianeantone.com. So without any further ado, I'm going to get started. I've got my various tools here, which I will probably almost certainly be going to use. So I'll talk about those when it comes to it, so you can see what they are right now. I'm going to paint the sky as dark as I possibly can using my Kuretake colours. And I think probably without going to black, I think indigo is probably going to be the best. So I haven't activated these paints yet. I haven't used them since I came back from Egypt, which means I haven't used them since I went, which was on about 13th of October. And still they are fine. They haven't dried out or anything like that. So I'm just going to pick up lots and lots of very dark, rich indigo colour, and I'm going to paint the night sky. I've just realised I'm hungry. I'm going to go round the outline of the church. Sounds like a philosophical comment, but it's not meant to be. Yeah, I'm going to go around the outline of the church like that, and maybe I'll just turn the whole thing round to make it easier. I'm going to work on the principle that you don't mind if I don't speak constantly while I'm doing this. I will try to keep you interested by thinking of things to say. The sun is out today, which is nice. We've had a couple of rather damp days, but it seems to have improved. I'm painting over the places where I had indicated the trees because I'm going to put them in using a white pen probably, or something like that. But before I do that, I'll probably put the stars in first that are going to go on the background. So that's nice and dark, and we can let that dry while we go on to the next part. And I mean, it's not entirely, I'm going to assume that this landscape here, this bit, is going to be snowy. So I'm just going to let that sit for a minute, and I might put some colour on that once I finish the rest of it. I'm going to turn my paints round so that I can get to the browns. And I'm going to use things like Indian red for roofs in this little village. I'm going to use a mixture of the earth colours. So that one I think is Indian red. And if you make it thicker, it goes darker. It's like that. So that's two options. That gives us two colours really. And then we could have yellow ochre for example, the walls under here. And I'm going to try to paint round the tree, which we will put in afterwards in some way or other. Maybe we'll paint it green, maybe we'll paint them black or white, or we'll see how it looks. And then there's windows to consider as well. But let's make this into a pleasant experience, shall we? I'm going to go into the purple and mix it with a little bit of burnt sienna for another brown, and we'll put that one there. We put up, we might have a grey as well for the sort of slate grey. So we'll mix some blue with some black. Pretend that this house has got slate grey. So that's a mixture of ultramarine light and black to make this kind of grey colour. And then we could mix that with a little bit of brown as well to go for a slightly darker grey, a bit more blue in there. So that's another grey colour. Let's put that one down here as different grey. And let's go for a pink. This is Rose Madder Deep. Mix that with a little bit of the grey as well to soften it up a bit. I'm using quite a small brush here. It's number 5 round. And this one I'm going to do in blue as well, or bluish. Let's pick up some of this turquoise, greenish blue colour. Quite a small brush because these areas are relatively small. So I'm going to go to raw umber now for a brown colour, just a proper sort of chocolate brown. And then this one here, maybe we'll go for the Indian red again, mixed with a bit of Rose Madder. And to try and keep it reasonably warm in tone, but with a bit of variety as well. Okay, is that every roof done except for the church? So we need to, I think, hopefully that's dry. Leave a little bit of white there and pretend that that's snow. Oh, and we've got a piece of, I think that's a castle sitting there. So we'll just colour that in. And now we need to go to all the walls, and let's start with yellow ochre. So just sort of light beige colour really. And each one we'll just change the colour a little bit. I'm not sure I like that colour. I might add a bit of green to that. And some yellow here perhaps. And once we've got all the colour in, then we can come in and do the details, right? Oh, I know. This is a good colour I have here that I want to use. This is this one here. This is Jaune Brilliant, which is a colour from Holbein, and I'm going to use that for some of the walls of some of the houses here as a basis. I could have used that before. But I didn't remember it. And then I'm going to add that to some pink to give me a beigey kind of colour, beigey skin tone sort of colour, which I think would be quite nice here. And this one here. Let's put this one like that. That's all of them, I think, isn't it? Oh no, a minute, there's one there. Shall we do that one in a bluish colour? Bluey, green, turquoisey kind of colour there. Okay, and then that's not dry yet. We'll have to put the hairdryer on. Okay, I've just noticed that I haven't done the walls of the church, so we'll go up there, just paint those in the grey, like that. Okay, so we need some nice bright yellow in some of these windows. So let's pick up some cadmium yellow. Cadmium yellow, yeah. And I'll go around these windows with a pen later. Okay, I need to do something about these chimneys. So I think I'll just pick up some brown or black. Okay, and to give the buildings a bit more realism, we'll just put a little bit of shadow under the eaves. So like this, just doesn't matter what colour you use, any colour will do. Just drag that along under the eaves. And maybe sort of partway down some of the buildings as well. Okay, now we need to do something about, maybe we'll do something about the stars. So we have a different, we'll have various different things that we could do. We could do it with a gel pen like this one, which is a white gel pen. We could do the stars with that. We could do it with the acrylic marker, which would give us larger dots. We could use silver marker pen or a gold one even. Or we could use silver paint. What I might do is try to mix up some of this and see whether we can get a spatter. So I'm just adding water to this. These are MAB paints, MAB. I'm not sure whether she calls herself MAB or MAB. Yeah, so if we just do that, and then we can tap our brush. I'll just test it on a spare piece of paper somewhere. I might have something. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that will do. So I'll use that to cover up. And then I'm just going to spatter in some stars fairly thickly. You could use a toothbrush if you wanted to, or just do it like that. And then we can just make a larger circle for the moon. We make that silver as well. There we are. Okay, and then what we need to do now is the trees. And again, you have a choice. You can do them in realistic green, or you can do them sort of blackish or white. I did want to put some white ones up on the horizon, but I think what I'm going to do down here is just literally paint them in forest green. That's the name of the colour. And I might put some white on afterwards to look like snow. Let's see how this goes. And maybe we want one in the front. I'm not sure how this is going to finally look, but we'll see. And maybe some doors, maybe a nice red door here. And here perhaps. Why not red? And I put a beam across the top. And underneath we have some window boxes. Nothing in them at the moment because it's winter. Okay. Here comes the hairdryer again. Okay, so in case we forget our trees, I'm going to put them in now. This is a white gel pen from Hybrid Gel. You could call these spindly pines if you wanted to. Let's put one over here as well. Okay, and then I'm going to look for a black pen. Maybe one of the ones that has a brush. Not sure yet. Not sure about that. That might be too much of a good thing. I'm wondering where my Fudenasuki pen is. Maybe we'll try that because that does go nice and light. So let's start at the top. And we will draw in the windows. And we will make funky lines. So press down, let it go wibbly wobbly as much as you want. Don't try to stick to any preconceived ideas, basically. And we'll just go round the roofs. Christmas is a funny time of year, isn't it? Because a lot of us, as we get older, we don't have much going on in the way of family and so on. Certainly for us, it's just the three of us. And there tend to be, if you allow yourself to, you can get a bit sort of maudlin and depressed if you think too much about, you know, the ghosts of Christmas past and all the rest of it. So, yeah, this is why this kind of thing is so important, because while you're doing it, you forget all of those things that lurk in your subconscious, bringing you sadness. So for a little while, you can get away from it. I mean, there's no point in pretending it doesn't happen, because it does. But we have to fight it, don't we? So the way I do this, I press down quite hard and lift up. So just kind of vary the thickness of the stroke. That way you get much more interest. And you can guarantee that the first one you do will not be as good as the... Well, either... one thing you can guarantee is that it will be different. Either it will be better or worse the second time you have a go at it. Probably better. So don't be too downhearted if you don't like what you do. I often don't. Actually, just put it away for an hour or two and come back and look at it later. Chances are it'll look a lot better. I was just looking at some of the things I did last Christmas that never made it into video because I didn't feel they were good enough. And I'm sort of thinking, I don't know, I think my painting's getting worse every year. Wouldn't be surprising, would it? There we are, so that's that, I've got that. And then we can do things like embellishing with same pen, put some slates on the roof, like that. We can grab our acrylic spotty thing and we can do some snow on the trees. We can put some snow on the roofs, on the chimney tops. Let's say it hadn't snowed much. It's just a little bit hanging around. Just like in England. It's not Canadian, so we just have some snow in a few places. A bit more up here. And we can put a little bit of light blue up here on this snow. So it doesn't look quite so white, because it's just starting to melt, like I said. And we could have, that's not going to show up, Let me see, how can we make that tree have a gold thingy on the top? Maybe silver. Perhaps we'll stick with silver. Perhaps we won't go to gold. And we just want a star. On the top of that tree and maybe on top of that one. Okay. And we could have on the other roofs, want to make them more interesting, a bit more like that. I don't want to go all out and, you know, put flowers on the roofs and things, because that's a bit ridiculous, but still, you know, nothing wrong with that. But let's just kind of just put something on the roofs. What's on my roof? I don't know. There we are. We're getting there, giving it a little bit more fun. And we could put, you know, we could have little pots of little mini Christmas trees scattered around. Could put some sheep up in the hill if you wanted to. It'd have to be really small. There, there's one. Another one here. Well, I think that's about it. I think I'm going to stop now. So there we are, one Christmas snowy landscape for you to have a go at. I have got here a couple of ideas for colour schemes, which is never my strongest point, and one of the reasons why I am so grateful for my iPad is because I can find, and I'm not going to copy these paintings, I just have them standing there in front of me so that I can see the colours and get an idea of what's going to work when I put my paintbrush into my paints. And I know a lot of other people are in the same kind of boat as me. I don't know what you would call it. It's just a lack of imagination, I think, really. I'm using a piece of Meaden watercolour paper. This is the 10x7, and this is a piece of rough, but it's not very rough. The reason I'm using that is because it's on the top. It's the top sheet in one of their blocks, which has got 3 different textures in it, rough, cold press and hot press. I wouldn't recommend this pad. If I were you, when you go and buy your paper from Meaden, I would go for the cold press or the hot press or the rough, but not all 3 in one, because they're all joined together in 3 sections. And not only that, for some reason, and don't know quite why this is, the cold press has got a very distinct yellowish tinge to it, which is not going to work very well for my grey theme here that I'm going to be doing for this painting. So anyway, I just noticed that, and I have talked to Meaden about this. I've told them that I don't like this pad, and they're talking about reworking the whole concept and making it either forgetting about it completely or else making it more practical, because it really isn't very practical at all, as I'm sure you can figure out for yourself. So I've just very quickly just sketched in a half, what you could call a half wreath, a kind of curved line here, and I've popped in 3 little birds, and we're going to put leaves and things like that behind them, and I'm planning on doing it somewhere between these 2 colorways. This is very grey, and I like that, but I thought that might be a little bit somber. I don't know, and this one is, it's got the same kind of greys here. It's much brighter. This is obviously artificial intelligence generated, or if not that, then it's been done on Procreate or something like that. Whereas this one looks like it might have been a real piece of art. Anyway, it doesn't matter because I'm not interested in the art. I'm just interested in the colours. So here we've got some what looks like dark olive or hookers or Windsor green. One of those is the dark one. And then we've got sap green, something like that, olive green, various different greens mixed up there and combined with this kind of blue eucalyptus green type of colour, eucalyptus blue or whatever. They're all made up. I don't think any of these really exist. Then over here we've got holly. Holly's not really that colour. Holly's much kind of yellower than that. But anyway, it looks nice and that's fine. And then we've got berries and bits and pieces. So something between those 2 is what I'm going to be aiming for, I think. So I probably won't hit the spot. I probably won't, but we will start in a second. I did a painting a little while ago where I painted in some very, very light leaves in the background. And then once that was dry, I kind of layered up more leaves over the top of it. So I think I might have a go at doing that. The other day we did one, didn't we, where I did a background which was one complete even layer, light colour of it was the granulating paints from Kuretake, and that made a really nice starting point. Somehow you've got to get started if you are painting, you know, kind of, I don't know, from imagination, is it? From the heart or whatever. So you've got to get started, but I don't want to do the same thing again. So I think I might try this. I've grabbed a size 8 round and I'm going to, this is a light grey. I'm not quite sure what colour they call it. It's written on the back. No, it's not. But anyway, it's light grey and with a bit of water mixed in, that will give us something. I could try it out. I think it's this one here. Yeah, so that's kind of quite nice. So let's just start up here and more or less randomly just practice. We could call it practice, couldn't we? Practice constructing some grey leaves. And this is not going to be the be all and end all of the whole design. This is just somewhere to start. And we'll do something else over the top. And I've got my 3 little birds there. So this is just to break the ice, so to speak. And we'll build it up from there. So we'll pick up a slightly darker and maybe put, at this point, we could put in our stalk of the branch or the wreath or whatever it wants to be called. And there's no reason why you shouldn't change the colour. If you want to, as you go down, you could maybe go towards, you could go pinkish, you could go bluish, greenish, turquoise-ish. Let's put a little bit of turquoise in there. Okay, and then extend the stem round and down to here, and we have something for this bird to stand on, something for this one to stand on, and something for this one to stand on. So maybe it might be quite fun to do the birds next. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do, yeah, well, I don't know. Let's go for a slightly darker greenish colour. This one here, it's a kind of deep turquoise. I'm just going to mix that in with the grey that we had. And then I think I might I don't know if you can hear that noise outside. Somebody seems to be using a chainsaw or something. They would start that just as I started to record. Hopefully it won't go on too long. So if you're a member of Patreon and you haven't yet left a question on Patreon in response to our request for questions for the Q&A, you've still got a chance to do that because we haven't recorded it yet. But this will be going up tomorrow evening, our time, so about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, somewhere around about there. Can't remember, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock our time. Yes, so if you haven't yet asked a question and you have one that you'd like answered about anything really, anything to do with painting, anything to do with our recent trip to, where did we go? Egypt, I think. Anything, just pop your question on there. And if you don't know where to go, have a look in the description below and you'll be able to find out. Okay, so we have some nice light colours in the background there. And let me see, I think I want to it's all a matter of, what do we do next, really? Maybe I'll paint the birds. Let's find a smaller brush. And are we going to make them into robins or are we going to make them into chickadees? I think probably chickadees. So let's go for some beige. Let's put some beige or cream colour from this set. It's a good one for neutrals, really, this Art Nouveau set. And at the moment, I can't remember exactly what the configuration of a chickadee is, so I'm going to call that the sort of background, and I will go and find a picture. Okay, so I now know what a chickadee looks like, so I'm going to do my version of one of those. And I was right about the colour of the chest, so we just need to basically give them a little black cap like that, using a size 5 here. So just give them a little black cap. And then they have a little bit of black under their beak. We'll let that dry. And then we need to go to a sort of grey colour again. So I'll just mix that black with a little bit of grey and we'll pop in the wings and the back. And I think their tails tend to be on the grey side as well. And this area here is kind of white. We'll put the eyes in a minute. And they have grey legs as well. So this one, his feet are just tucked underneath him up here. And when we put his eye in, he'll look better then. And so this one up here. And this one here. Let's keep them really simple. And he can have great legs coming down to the branch. And I think they have quite dark beaks. I'll put their eyes in with a pen later. Okay, so just leave that like that. And then let's go back to our leaves. And I think I might try and put in some holly. Perhaps, so we have something that looks a little bit more festive. So we'll just paint over. To try to keep the lines a little bit pointy at the points of the holly. So you need a fairly small brush with a good point. I think some of my brushes might be getting a bit worn. Vary the green a little bit. It's a good idea, I suppose. Bring the changes a bit, some darker, some lighter. And in a minute I'm going to put on some berries. Just kind of go all the way around, I suppose. Maybe I'll put some gold. I'm not sure. I haven't used very much in the way of metallics so far this year, I don't think. I don't know why. So I should mention again for anyone who missed it at the beginning that we now have a much improved website with a range of products on there for you to enjoy. And as far as the sketches go, I have spoken about this once or twice, but not everyone will have seen the last video or the one before. We now have a system which we've devised whereby I'm going to put some berries on. I'm going to put some mauve ones first and see how that goes. Just pick up this colour here. We've been giving away our sketches of the paintings that we do for free, and we're going to continue to do that. But because of various different issues that have cropped up over the years to do with spamming, we've had to alter our website a bit. So what we need to do is we're going to have to ask you to basically purchase something that we've called a studio pass. And for €1, $1, £1, £2 Canadian, you have this pass. And the pass will give you initially 10 free downloads of our paintings. The 10 will be renewed every month. You don't have to pay the $1 every month. You just pay that once. So it's just to stop spammers, and you get 10 free downloads a month. Okay, this has got nothing to do with Patreon or anything like that. This is just literally being basically a member of our studio on the website. So if you just go over to the website, and the link is in the description below, as usual. Okay, so let's put a little bit of dark on the wings and so on of these here birds. And a little strengthening up of the toes. And I'm just going to do their eyes as well, because they need their eyes. Oops, I just dipped my pen into the water. Right, so let's, I don't know, what's the next thing to do? We put some veins in these holly leaves. And I'm going to put in some more, let me see, some more kind of just green, like that. And then maybe we'll put some red as well. We need to put the decorations on our Christmas tree. We put the tree up. We have an artificial tree because €70 for a Christmas tree. Not a very big one, not a very nice one. I'm not going to pay that. I'd sooner use our artificial one that we've had for years. And I think it looks very pretty. It comes with lights already, and they work. Do you remember the years when we used to, you'd put your tree up and you'd connect up the lights and they wouldn't work? Oh gosh, I don't know how many times that happened. It used to happen all the time. Nowadays, I don't think it happens anywhere near as much. Okay, so let's have a few more, which is a good thing, I think, although it was part of the fun of Christmas. The lights don't work. And I'm not making a Christmas cake this year because we had far too much sugar in our diet while we were in Egypt and need to redress the balance a bit, I think. Detox. And I'm going to do some fur, and I'm going to use my little magic brush, this little Pro Art sword liner, which is very, very long. You can see how long that is. A very long set of hairs on this brush. And I'm going to pick up some grey again. I want it to be fairly loose. And what we're going to do is get it started on here. So I'm just trying to make sure I don't put my arm in the paint. I think this sort of thing makes all the difference. So it turns into something which is not really a wreath. It's not really, it's just a kind of branch, a part wreath kind of thing, but not really. You don't have to have this brush. You can do this with a very small round. Just use the very tip of it. But this is kind of a little bit more fun. And it's when you get to this stage and you've basically constructed the painting and you start to think, oh, now what shall I do? Shall I carry on, do more? Because you could, or you could stop, or you could start thinking about putting in some gold or something like that, if you can find it. You can put some veins into your darker leaves in gold so they show up, or you could use white, and you could put some gold berries in using a gold pen, or you could use gold paint from one of your sets. And just filling in all the spaces. And if you wanted to, at this point, you could grab your pen, your black pen, and you could outline the leaves and things if you wanted to. Or you could just say, I think it's time to stop. It's nearly lunchtime. Maybe you might want to write something in the middle, like, you know, something original, like Merry Christmas. Just done it in pencil there. Probably a good idea to do it in pencil first and go over it in pen. And I'll just rub out some of the pencil marks from the little birds. So today I'm going to be doing some greenery. This is a photocopy printout of part of a Martha Stewart resource, which is online, and I'll put a link to that in the description below the video in case you're interested in looking at some of her photos. There are very good photos on there of all sorts of different kinds of winter greenery, evergreens and things like that. And I find that very helpful because I started to do this video while I was in Cairo, and of course we don't have anything there like this. So that's my resource, and I've got quite a few of these lying around showing me all the different kinds of shapes and sizes of different kinds of holly. For example, this is English holly, which has lovely red berries and spiky, very spiky leaves. This is something called Burford holly, which has the same sorts of berries, but the leaves are less spiky, but they do have rather sharp points at the ends. So that's an interesting thing. And then, of course, you've got what they call variegated, variegated or party-coloured variegated holly, which has got a sort of yellow line around the outside edge, and then it's darker in the middle. And that must be very difficult to paint. I'm not sure I've ever succeeded in painting that, but we've got lots and lots of inspiration. Another thing that I've got here in this photo from Martha is this bay here, and that's useful to know. That's an evergreen. We've got some in our garden, and it's just got lovely oval leaves with nice light coloured veins in it, which is really quite nice to add to your painting when you're doing evergreen paintings. And my first trial of this today, excuse me, is this one here, where I've done something like that with those bay leaves here. And then I was sort of messing around with different kinds of shapes and sizes and things like that. This is just literally a practice piece. And it's on a piece of Fontaine paper. It's very, very good quality paper, which I think you can get on Amazon. I'm not entirely sure. Fontaine kindly sent me some of their paper to try out. But unfortunately, a lot of their things, you can't get them on Amazon, but you can buy them from other suppliers in America, I'm sure. And of course, if you happen to be in England, it's easy. But anyway, this is very good. That's their best paper, Fontaine it's called. Anyway, so I'm not going to paint on that. I'm going to paint on a bigger piece of paper. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a background on a piece of paper. I've got all these Christmas decorations lying around here. This is a piece of Meaden, I think. Yeah. Cold press, 12 by 9 inches. This one here. You can do any size, of course. This is a smaller piece. Oh dear. I've got enough space. What's going on? This is smaller. This one is another Fontaine one. This one is 7 by 9.5. That's a nice size too. Meaden, their middle size is this one here. This is an interesting pad that I have recently got. It's a block glued all the way around, and it contains 3 different kinds of paper. So you can split it actually into 3. You've got 5 rough, 15 cold, and 10 hot press paper, all in the same block. Make a nice present for somebody, that would. See, you can tell them apart by the dividing line there. That's the rough, that's the cold press, and that's the hot press. So yeah, I haven't opened that one yet. Probably should. Now this is the painting I'm going to be using basically as my master plan, if you like. This was one that I did, it was a quickie. I think we did a video of it, and Tamsin said to me, I'd like to put that in my bedroom, so we stuck it in a frame. And it looks much better in a frame than out, as everything does. Someone said to me the other day, I think I'm going to frame this painting. I quite like it. I never frame my work, and I said, well, I wish that people would, because you'd be surprised how much better it looks in a frame. Even a piece of not particularly successful work will often come out much better when it's in a frame. I'm going to do a background for this, first of all, and I'm going to use these granulating colours from Kuretake, which come out every now and again to be used in something like this. These aren't that easy to use, it has to be said. They're a little bit on the tricky side, but I have had some success using them for backgrounds. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a relatively large round brush. This is a Drawwell. Doesn't have to be anything terribly special for this, because all you're going to do is simply pick up one of these colours. We've got ones which call themselves red, pink, orange, blue and violet. Aurora, red, pink, orange, blue and violet. I actually can't really tell any difference between them. If we go for the red, you pick up some red and you put it there, and I mean, it's not, sorry, Kuretake, I don't know what you're talking about. So that's kind of grey colour like that. So I might have used that one before. When you put it on your paper, it will separate out and it will give you an interesting effect. And I think I'm going to use that because it's quite a cold colour, and of course winter, as we know, in most parts of the world can be chilly. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to use mostly water, not so much paint as water, and I'm just going to put in a background. This is what you might call a wash, if you wanted to give it its posh name. And we're just going to completely and lightly cover the paper. You could go around the outside edge first and then fill it in. That might make a more even result, perhaps. Whatever sort of lights your fire. Jose. Yeah, so we'll pick up a bit more of that. Plenty of water. And we just put that on, and hopefully, two things. Hopefully it will spread reasonably well. I could have used a bigger brush. I probably ought to use a bigger brush. Maybe I will use a bigger brush. Here is a bigger brush. It's a little bit bigger. Let's pick up a bit more paint. Yes, that's better. Doesn't have to be even, doesn't matter if it's slightly different one side to the other. I was just using this brush a minute ago to put some Mod Podge on the back of a spine of a book that had fallen to pieces while I was away, and the back came off of it. It's a book that I've had since I got married the first time, a long time ago. And you can see already that this is starting to separate. And I think the best thing to do really, it's meant to separate. I think the best thing to do is to let it do that rather than put a hairdryer on it. I think it's probably best just to let it do that. So I'll stand it up there on my book stand, which is just there. It's a very useful little contraption. It's got drawers underneath it where you can keep your brushes, and it's oops, sorry, Angel. Yeah, so you can have this as an easel. It's a table easel, really, not a book stand. Table easel with 3 drawers. It's from Meaden. It's not bad, is it? So the only problem with this is you forget what you've put in your drawers. And you think, where are all my brushes? Where are my brushes, Mum? And there they are, hiding. Okay, so we'll put that there to dry, and then I'll talk about the paints that I'm going to use, the other paints I'm going to use for this piece of art, if you can call it that. Yes, right. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's put that back where it was. Here's the thing, as my son would say. I'm going to share this with you because I think this is quite funny. And you may or may not find it funny. But here's my iPad. And earlier on today, Tamsin said to me, you've got to read this comment because we've never had one quite like this before. Okay, so I'm going to share it with you. I don't know if anyone else has ever done anything like this, but if I go to my YouTube studio, I can, and it's here, easy to find. You can find all the comments that people leave, and there's a lot of them, right? On this particular video, which is a long one we put together, putting together this video, the one that I'm going to be talking about, took about, well, if you don't count the painting time, which was probably about 20 hours, the time for editing was probably another 5 or 6 hours, maybe a bit more. I'm not sure exactly how long this one took Tamsin. So this is a video that we put up and it's quite long, about 4 hours, and it's a collection of video tutorials that we've done over the previous little while. And they're all fun. They're all whimsical. They're all, you too can do this kind of videos. And this is the comment from somebody. I don't know who. And it's not a bad comment. It's just a comment. Listen, I woke up with my TV still on at the last painting, hearing your calming voice. I don't feel very calm today. At first, looking at the painting, I thought it was a bit of a joke. I even wanted to put a comment like, so everyone can teach us painting now. This is nonsense. However, although I did not like the last painting, I did get intrigued seeing the merch right beneath the video and scrolled back to the beginning of the video. I've got to say, your work grew on me and it has a very playful charm. So I stand corrected. I hope my English comes across like I actually mean. I'm not native to it, and also I just try to give an honest take on how I experienced it. I subscribed and actually really love your work, and especially the way you talk during painting. Thank you for sharing. You have a special playful talent, which is very inspiring, actually. And I'm not going to say anything about that comment. I just wanted to share that with you so that you know how my days go. So I have to actually digest that, process it, and move on. And I will. Today, we are going to use some paint, some paper, some brushes, and some imagination, and hopefully a little bit of inspiration coming from somewhere. I'm just waiting for the paper to dry, so I've got to talk about something, and I'm going to talk about these things. While I was away in Egypt, I took with me this set of Paul Rubens paints. It's a 24 set. These are 12 up here and 12 down here, and they call them artists' quality professional paints. God only knows what's in them. And in the middle, we have Michael Harding ones. This is another extra 11 that I selected from the ones that they sent to me to try out. And they are my absolute favourite paints. I haven't ever used Daniel Smith, really. I've only got one or two, but I think these paints are probably better. They're not tremendously expensive. They come from England. I know they're made in England, and they are really nice to use. So I heartily endorse those. And if you want to treat yourself this Christmas, who could do better than that? No one. It's upside down. So I've swatched that out, and I have talked about this set before. And I tend, when I use it, the reason I did this was because I was going away. So I wanted to have my Michael Hardings, which came in tubes, nice and safe. So I put them into these little pans, and I took them together in company with the Paul Rubens set. And this is what they look like when they're swatched out. And you can see we've got some lovely greens here, which are going to be perfect for Christmas foliage, for evergreens and stuff like that. It's also got quinacridone gold. Wouldn't go anywhere without quinacridone gold. The warm white is very nice. Azo yellow is nice. And then we've got two lovely reds, Azo orange and alizarin crimson. Plus, on top of all of that, we've got some nice greens here from Paul Rubens. The Cobalt Turquoise Dark is a lovely soft green. And we've got a nice olive green, which is quite different from Hooker's. So those two actually go really quite well together. Then we've got moss green here from Michael Harding. So we are well set up for greenery. And of course, more reds even and purples up here for berries if we want them. So that's what I'm going to use today. Pop that over there. As well, I might need some gold. And I think for gold, but berries, I'll probably use this, which is the Schminke Aqua Bronze Powder. And I'll show you what this is. This is another thing which is nice for Christmas. I'm not going to do a Christmas present video this year. I'm absolutely sick to death of commercialization and consumerism and trying to persuade people to part with money they can't afford to part with and all the rest of it. But if you are feeling in the mood to treat yourself, why not get a jar of this? It's powder. It reminds me of the sort of glitter I used to put on my eyes when I was young to make myself look beautiful, I thought at the time. Anyway, it's like makeup. And what you do is you put a little bit in a dish like this, and then you pop into your water pot and you put some water on it, and then you just mix it up gently. The last time I did this on camera, I used a palette knife to mix it, and I had one or two people tell me that I caused them to have nervous breakdowns because they couldn't stand the noise. So I'm not doing it with a palette knife this time. So if the noise of the brush on the paint bothers you, please don't let me know. Please tell me that you appreciate me. Yeah, so there we are. So that's all nicely mixed up, and that will be quite a strong gold when we paint that onto paper. And if I were to do so right now, I can show you. What did I do with my little sample? Here it is. We could go over these berries a little bit with the gold. I'm not sure. Yeah, if I tilt it like that, you can probably see it. Those two are much brighter than these ones. Can you see that? I think some people, professional painters who do stuff professionally, use this paint for gilding icons, you know, for doing the saint paintings. So there's that. So that we will probably use. Put it down again. Seems very wasteful, but there's, I mean, this jar, I don't know how much it was, about 20 euros or something, I think, and I think that'll see me out. Okay, so let's see what else. The other golds I've got, in case you're interested, this one is the lost it. Where's it gone? I think this is, I'm sure this is Kuretake Starry Colours. So that's on Amazon. That's not expensive. It works pretty well. Perhaps I should show you. I haven't really activated this recently, but I think that's pretty good. Yeah, you can't argue with that. That's very reasonable price, and very easy, and absolutely indispensable to have some gold paint. If you want to go bonkers, this is a etcher set. I don't think they do it quite the same format. I'm not quite sure, but I couldn't find exactly the same format on Amazon, but I think it's about $36, and you get 12 golds and then 12 other metallics and something else as well. So that's not bad, and this is pretty good as well. Nothing wrong with this. I don't think it's quite as powerful as the Schminke powder, but it's not bad. It has, I think it has a slightly different quality because it's more watery. And then the other thing I wanted to tell you about gold-wise is MAB Watercolors. She's on Etsy, which reminds me I need to reactivate my Etsy shop. And I got from her various samples, and we have here saffron gold and brilliant gold and rich gold. And these are, I don't know, they're about $10 each, I think, something like that. This one is Golden Crown, and they come in a little tin like this, and you can buy them on Etsy, and you can get 10% discount if you, I think it's Diane 10 you put, but check in the description below, because I am not really completely sure about these discount codes. Anyway, so yeah, the one that I like most is, I think, this one, which is pretty strong. The larger the particles of mica, the less creamy the paint texture tends to be once it's mixed up with a bit of water. And so this one has small particles, and look at that. I mean, really, I think that is the winner. And that's why I saved it to last, because you've got, you know, we've got the Schmincke Gold powder, which is good. We've got the starry colours, which are very good but cheap. We've got the Etcher set, which is, as I said, not quite the same as this now, and it's probably better. And then we've got the MAB colours on Etsy. So, yeah, I think that if I was to be recommending which one to get, I would say get this little set here, something like that. She also does them in, this is not a sales pitch, by the way, I'm just trying to let you know what I've discovered over the last little while. She does these dot cards, which are very inexpensive, and they give you just enough paint to paint your Christmas cards with, for sure, for a couple of years probably. I had that last year and I haven't hardly used it at all. But not because I haven't used it, but because it's still all there. So there we are. This one is called Golden Series, and that's to be recommended. It's rather good. It takes a little while for it to activate, so you need to put some water on it a few minutes before you start to paint with it. Otherwise, it doesn't really work as well, although it works a bit, but not as well. So I'll stick all of that over there. And I'm going to get my hairdryer, I think, and dry this off completely now, because it's got to the point where it's got a little bit cockly, you know. Ugh. So it needs to be dried. So I'll just get my hairdryer. Okay, so that's nice and dry now. This patch here that you can see quite dark, it's not actually as dark as that in reality. And it doesn't matter, you know, that's just where a little bit of the granulation has gone a bit darker there, but you can see that there's a little bit of green and there's a little bit of pink, and the overall effect is just to basically to give you a nice background for your evergreens that you are going to paint on top of. Now, when I did that painting that I showed you earlier, the one that Tamsin asked me if she could frame it and put it in her bedroom, and I said, no, of course not, you pay me $50 for that. No, I didn't, of course not. Just joking, that's British humour, sorry. What was I saying? She, yes, that one, which is this one. She said, what's nice about this is that you were very loose about this, and you just basically did some very, very loose leaves and things, and you just chucked them on the paper and then went round them with a pen, and it turned out really nice. I really like it, she said. Mind you, as that other lady said, if that's all you have to do to teach people how to paint, then anyone can do it now, can't they? Bitter? Me? No, never. So, no, I have only spent 65 years learning how to paint. It's all right. Anyone can do it. Oh yeah, I should put this away. Actually, I don't think I'm going to use this. I was going to, but I've changed my mind. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but because I can't paint with two sets of paints at the same time. This is actually a really good present too. This is from Meaden, and this is their travel set, which has got loads of good colour. They're really good, actually. You can't argue with that. Comes with all of those colours, 42 of them, and 3 water brushes. So it really is ideal for what do they call it? Urban sketching. Great work, great set, great present. If I had grandchildren, I would be buying them things from Meaden, to be honest. So I'm going to sit down now. And you'll notice, as soon as I sit down, I start talking more slowly. All right. Christmas is coming, the goose is getting fat. Please put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. I never claimed to be able to sing, nor can you. Right. Tamsin might cut that out. Let's think. Let's find a brush. This is a drawbell, size 11, Maestro. This is a Princeton Aqua Elite. I quite like those. The Princeton Aqua Elite. This you can get from Japan, direct from the manufacturer. More information is in the description below. Princeton Elite is all over Amazon, and they're very good. I like those brushes. I might get another couple soon. I'm going to start with some Bay, which is this one here. And the reason of starting with that is because it's easy. Simple. So let's do that. And I think I'll use this brush, I think. And what I'm going to do, if I look at my swatch card here, I can see all these different greens. And for this branch, I'm going to use all 4 of those ones. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take some water. And where does it start? It starts here. This is moss green. So we'll just pick up a little bit of that. And without too much thinking, and then I'm going to pick up a little bit of the one next to it. And then the one next to that. And then I'm going to kind of join them together. Then we'll go to the next one, which is this one, I think. Oh, look at that. Now, don't be alarmed. It will not hurt you. Make the most of that. If you feel you've done something a little bit overly dramatic, just go with the flow. Follow the paint. Pick that up again and do a second one from there. Okay, and this will blend, given a little bit of time, it will blend. So let's go to the quinacridone gold and put a little bit of that in with that green that we've got mixed up there. I'm not sure if you can see that. Yes, you can, just about. Yeah, so, and then we put another one in here. And maybe we'll just put one in behind there. I haven't done that before, and I'm going to deliberately let this one run. Again, I haven't done that before. So we make that a little bit more bigger. And I'm going to drop a bit more dark green in the bottoms of some of these. Okay. So that's our branch number 1. And then what I need to do, actually, mustn't forget this, if I can find one somewhere over the rainbow, I have got a pointed stick. This is a Japanese or Chinese clay modeling tool. And with it, we can put scratch marks into our paper, which will fill with paint and go darker, and thereby achieve the look of a vein down the middle. And you can also obviously put more veins in as well. So if you want to, you can do quite a lot of work on your leaves using this pointed stick. And what's more, if you want, you can pick up some really dark green. This is Perylene green, I think, yes, which is a Michael Harding colour. And we can put in some tiny, very, very dark berries on here where we have spaces like that. Okay, so that's that. And then what we could do next, what could we do next? We could do lots of things, couldn't we? Let's do one down here. And let's do all of these ones nice and dark, but quite small. And with sort of rounded ends. Okay, and next thing, I'm not going to put any red berries on that at the moment, because if I added red to that green, we would end up with lots of brown, which is not what we want. And I'm thinking what I need next is a nice fur, you know, mink, no, this kind of thing, or better still, this kind of thing. Number 9, I can't remember what they were now. I did have the numbers written down, but I've forgotten what they were. I wonder whether Martha is online and available to speak to her at all. What is number 9? Let me see. Black pine. Black pine, graceful and long needles. So we need some light brown, something, when I say light, something like that would do. And because this is a kind of, what do you call it? This is separate elements separated on a page, not a composition really, not a bouquet, not really well thought out in advance, but kind of just elements placed on a page, and that looks quite nice. And what I need now is a brush that's going to give me nice, straight, thin lines. And what am I going to use? None of those. Good. Let me see what's in here. And what I was looking for is a rigger. So I think I might have left them all in Egypt. Oh no, here we are. This one is good. I don't know whether this is what I really want for this particular job, but this is very good for calligraphic marks and lines. And this is a rigger as well. This is kind of quite a long hair on the brush. So I don't know, maybe this will work. But at this point, when I'm doing a painting, if I want it to work in a particular way, I would probably be inclined to test it. So let's just pick up some paint and see what happens There's that. And then this one. This is much more loose. Now, you wouldn't have thought that, would you? A long hair like that, and we have exactly what we want. See the one on the right? This is what we're trying to emulate. Don't you think that this is much better than that? I would say so. So that's what we'll use. So at the top of this branch, we're going to go into our perylene green and mix it with a little bit of the other colours, which was a mixture of stuff. And then I'm going to try to concentrate a little bit. Change to the slightly darker colour. And a bit more in the middle. This is I can hear you saying, what kind of brush is that? This is a small sword liner by Pro Art. And we'll just mix a bit of green in with that brown so that we can go into the stems and just roughen up the stem like that. It's roughen up, is that correct? Is that correct English? Okay, now this is still damp, so we're still not going to put any red berries in there. So there we are, Pro Art sword liner, small. Very good brush. So next, what should we do next? I suppose we need a bit of holly. And for the holly, I tell you what I'm going to do, because I know people have a lot of trouble with holly and they don't like painting it because it's a little bit tricky. So I'm just going to sketch it in a little bit. And I'm going to start by putting in some berries. And when you're doing your berries, don't forget to make them overlap because, you know, so that you can see part of them, but some of them separated out a little bit. Some of them bigger, some of them smaller, but some of them overlapping like that, all right? So you could draw in some berries like that first of all. And then you could go in and starting from behind, you just do scoopy scoops like that, okay? And then you remember you have a curved vein down the middle. And then we could bring another one out here. So it's very simple actually. Okay, and then we'll put one out here. They don't have to be even. In fact, if anything, you don't want them to be even. And some of them can be smaller. You know, they don't have to be all the same size. So having done that, then what we will do is you can either paint your leaves first or you can paint the berries first. So I'm going to start today with the leaves first. And you can, if you want, and you feel like it, you can leave a narrow line down the middle for the vein, if you want to. You can do it that way. You don't have to do it that way. I often don't. I usually don't, actually. And then you can, if you want, fill that in with some yellow later, if you feel like doing it that way. And if you have a set of acrylic markers, you can always add a lighter colour on top once the paint's dry. So you can come in with an acrylic yellow, for example, and just add something lighter on top. Or you could, I suppose you could use gouache if you wanted to. And I'm going to drop in some other shades of green because I don't like my paintings to be too lifeless, which is what I think happens if you're too careful. You won't like the result if you pay too much attention to detail. But I just thought that for painting the holly, I would try to kind of follow the lines a little bit. Normally I wouldn't. But, you know, just to prove that it is not the case that I don't know anything about art. And I can do things differently, but I try to do what I feel everyone wants to learn from. I'm not showing off, in other words. Okay, so now I'm going to pick up some red, and we're going to go for cadmium red light. And it's a bit too strong. I'm going to put the berries in, and if they run, I hope they win. No, if they run, it doesn't matter. Quite happy for the colour to blend into the green, personally. And then I'm going to go in for some, let's see, we want a nice dark colour for the sort of, so dioxazine violet for the shadow behind the berries. Okay, and then I'm going to add some, I'm going to grab a smaller brush actually. Add some darker red as well. And we'll let that dry before we fiddle with it anymore. There comes a point where you stop fiddling, right? We can scratch in some veins, like that. And we can also go back to the darker colour, perylene, and just put in some shadows down here. And we'll let that dry. We're not going to do too much in the way of fiddling with that. I just wanted to loosen it up a little bit. Okay. Oh, 5-3. Oh dear, dear, dear. Right, so the next thing, oh yes, I did say I would put some berries in here, didn't I? Oh, that's a rubbish brush. That's a De La Rowney piece of... It does matter what brush you use. And for many years, I was unable to find a brush that was suitable. And then I found the, this is ages ago, the, what do you call them ones? Drawwell ones. And my life changed at that point. I stopped talking about giving up painting. Okay, so we have quite a bit already. What shall we do next? I think what we want is some of the more traditional fur, that is to say, where's it gone? this one here, or this. Okay, so better shot of it here, I think. Where's it gone? This one. Yeah, so we'll put some of that in, put it down here, I think. Dump. Right, so we want a smallish brush, small draw well, and we'll put a bit of stem. So we wanted this colour with a little bit of green to make it into a soft brown. And let's put one piece like that. We'll do them one at a time, I think. And then we want the dark green. And then we'll just test that to make sure the brush is working. Yes. Okay, so let's go that way. Short, quick strokes down both sides of the stem or the branch, whatever you want to call it. Then we're going to go back to the brown and go down there and change the green a little bit. Short, quick, roughly the same length. Let them cross over one another a little bit sometimes. And then we want a bit more brown to make it into a brown rather than a green, like that. I've lost my model. Okay, so we're going to go up here. And pick up some green. Okay, and then down here what we could do is we could pop in some sort of pine coney type of things. So we just mix some of that dark green with some burnt sienna to give us a kind of dull sort of browny grey. Don't fuss too much about your pine cones. Just make one bigger than the others, one smaller than the other, and just pop something in like that. And don't worry about it, because there's no way on goodness gracious earth that you are ever going to make them really look like pine cones unless you happen to be a genius. And if you're a genius, you're not doing what I'm doing. I know that now. So we leave that to dry, not going to fuss with it, and we can do some pen work on it afterwards if we want. Now the technique that I'm going to be using here is we're going to be working wet in wet, and it's easier than it looks. It does look quite tricky. You can either start at the top or at the bottom. Whichever way around you feel you really want to start is fine. I think I'm going to start at the bottom. You probably will want a hairdryer for this because otherwise you have to go very, very slowly. So now what I'm doing is I am literally simply painting water onto this first section of the landscape. Okay, and I'm just making sure that there are no parts that I've missed. In other words, that it's sort of relatively shiny all over. And just to check that, I always tip it to the side and you can see, I'm not sure if you can see, should be able to, I can see it on the camera. You can see where it's wet. Just give it a second or two to soak in. And while it's doing that, you can pick up your blue. Now, it doesn't matter what color blue you use. As I said, I used indigo on the last one. But I felt after I'd done it that it was a little bit too grey. So we're going to put, this is Berlin blue, which is like Prussian blue, and I'm just going to run a band of that along here. Just run it like that. And then I'm going to tip the paper up a little bit so that it gets the idea of flowing gradually upwards. And we'll make it a little bit darker down one side. So with any luck, it will flow a little bit more one side than the other. Now, how successful this is will depend to a certain extent on various things: the paint that you use, the paper that you use, how much paint and how much water, and so on and so forth. And all of these things will influence the way it works. So sometimes you need to do these things more than once. Anyway, I'm going to let that continue to bleed, and then I'm going to do this section up here, and then we'll dry it off, and I'll come back and do this one. So this can go in next. And as you will see on the camera, as I'm painting and just waiting, it continues to move. I've put something underneath the bottom edge here just to give it a bit of an angle. So it's lifted a little bit, just a half an inch or so. If you had, I haven't got a desk easel here actually. Next time when because I'm still in Cairo, so I haven't got all my bits and pieces with me. Next time I'll bring a desk easel with me, I think, which might be helpful. So that's the second one going in. Okay, so now I'm going to go up to the sky. And this is a little bit more tricky, but I mean, it's not difficult. It's just you've got to be a little bit careful, not too careful though, because we can always correct everything that we do. When I did the first one, I just went right over the whole thing. I'm going to make a little bit of an effort to go round some of the features here, but it doesn't matter really. We'll go around the moon. I've got a nice crescent moon there with an owl silhouetted against it. And so just wetting behind the trees that I've drawn and the church and the houses and everything, just wetting behind. And then I'm going to pick up some Naples yellow, and I'm going to drop that in at the bottom, behind the trees, behind the houses, and behind the church, all the way across, first of all, first thing. And it's up to you how much yellow you use. The more you use, the more the contrast will be, the more it'll seem as if it's illuminated. But this is where your own personality comes into play, and you don't try and copy me, just be inspired. Okay, and so then we're going to go back into the Berlin blue, and I'm going to try to paint the sky. And now I'm not going to make any effort whatsoever to do this as a immaculate wash, what they call a flat wash. I'm not trying. In fact, if anything, I want it to be irregular and modern watercolor, you know. No skill required. That's what we want. No skill required. Let's just do it the easy way. If your moon goes slightly wonky, it doesn't matter, because you can use your white acrylic marker to correct that. So we're just going to put a bit more blue in there. And one of the good things about using Naples yellow with blue is that it doesn't really go green where the two meet. It's one of the strange features of Naples yellow, is that it allows blue to come close without it turning into green too badly. I mean, you get a little bit greenish tinge, but nothing like you do with something like cadmium yellow or lemon yellow and blue, where you will always get a bright green when you mix it with blue, whatever blue it is. But Naples yellow doesn't do that. So that's kind of nice and sort of soft and, you know, whatever. So I need to just put the hairdryer on that. You know you're in a dry climate when things dry about 20 times faster than they usually do. And that's what's happening here. It's quite amazing, actually. It would take me 5 minutes to try that in France. Okay, so now I'm wetting my third area. And I'll just check to make sure I've covered it all. And then I'll pick up a bit more Berlin blue and drop that along the line here. And then we'll let that run. And if that's dry, we can go all the way up to here, and I can put this little section in. Okay, and then this section here. I thought it might be useful for you to see the effect of two different colours. The indigo, which is quite a cold, wintry sort of blue, which is this one, or the Berlin blue, which is, I don't know, a little bit different. Okay, so we'll just let that all run. And I'll just get my hairdryer again for the top bit here. You can already see that the way the colour is gently spreading into the white area is giving very good strong contrast there, which is quite fun, isn't it? So now I'm going to paint the church and the houses. And I'm not quite sure which brush to use, but I'm quite familiar with this small round. This is a size 5, I think. And we want to go for black. So we've got some black here. Any black will do. And we just activate some of that and get some of that onto the brush. And now I know, oops, what do I got under there? I don't need that anymore. So this is the church tower. And I'm going to paint it all black and put the snow on afterwards. And you don't need to worry too much about details or accuracy or perspective or anything, because modern watercolour doesn't require any perspective, as you know. And you can paint around your windows if you want, or if you can't be bothered, to be careful. Or if your hand slips, which often happens, isn't it? You can just go over them again afterwards with white paint or white acrylic. Yay for white acrylic. Amazing. And also, you know, I mean, I've put 2 windows there. If I wanted to put an extra one because I felt that that was going to make it look better, I can just do one with my white acrylic pen. And if I forget, go over the planned window, doesn't matter because I can correct it. And you don't have to paint them black, although a black silhouette I think is quite striking. You could paint it in a very dark blue, or if you can think of any other alternatives, you can paint it any colour you like. So there we are. They have one black church. It's just black because it's a silhouette, you know. It's not, there's no meaning in that. And over here we're going to paint these silhouettes of houses. And again, I'm going to go over the roofs, and believe me, the effect of the white paint, the white acrylic afterwards is quite good. And so we just go ahead and do that. Just basically painting the silhouette. Okay, and I don't really want to wash my brush because I'm going up for the trees now. Again, silhouette. Lots of quick little strokes. Do a witch's hat, really. There we are. So that's 2 trees. And now the owl. The key thing about an owl as a silhouette for a bird is the 2 little sticky up things at the top, which they look like ears. I don't know if they're ears, they look like horns, but that's what makes it look like an owl rather than any other bird. And I do need the roof in there. I'm going to go over the top of that though, because we're doing cheaty snow. Okay, so it doesn't look like much at the moment, but it will. And I'm going to let that dry. And now we're going to come in to do our trees next. And so we have here various thicknesses. Sorry about the scritching. Various thicknesses. This is 0.05, so this is nice and fine, and that will be, I'll use that for the finest twigs if I want to do some very fine twigs. And then they get gradually bigger, sort of 1, 2, 3, and this is 4. So this one would be for slightly bigger branches, and we might only go as small as that, might not go any smaller than 4, but that's that one. And then we've got, we'll go all the way up to 8, and there we have bigger branches still. And it's very clever, isn't it? And then, I don't know who invented this system. Then we have the brush, and this is amazing. I like these brush pens, and you can do these lovely sinuous lines. And then once you've done those, you can come back in with a smaller pen and do more branches. Smaller and smaller, deeper and deeper. So anyway, you can play around with that to your heart's content. So let's see, where shall we begin? I think I might do this one first. This one here. This one goes over the background and around the owl. And I think I'll start with the brush. Yeah. And I'm going to start here, and we'll just go up. Doesn't have to be dead straight. And so we'll go up to about there, and we'll take some of the branches off to the sides. And we need to go up and across for the owl, like that. And we'll take this one up here. And you can do however many branches and twigs and things you feel you want to do. If you did this more than once, you would probably find you did them quite differently. You could have trees with lots and lots of branches and twiglets and things, or you could do them somewhat less twiggy. It's entirely up to you. So as you know. So this one, I'm going to bring that one up from here. And we'll do it slightly differently. If you don't have a brush pen, just fill it in like that. It's not difficult to do. Okay. And you can make them a bit thicker if you want, because we're going to put some snow on there afterwards. So if you want to go over them again, and it doesn't matter if your hand's a bit shaky, that's actually quite a good thing, really. And then we've got this one here. I'm going to go back to my brush one for a bit of thickness, because this one's a bit closer, so you can afford to be a bit thicker. Okay, and then we can just do our twiglets. Don't worry about letting them overlap. They should overlap a little bit. It looks more realistic if they do. If you can bring yourself to overlap things, it's always a good thing, like that. Some people don't like doing that, but it's probably a good thing for realism, because trees, they do overlap, don't they? So then we want another one down here. And we'll do this one double thickness like that, just in case you haven't got a brush pen. I find that doing this kind of thing is quite relaxing, not necessarily when I'm doing the video. It's not exactly what I would call relaxing making videos, you know. But I quite like to come down to the studio in the evening before I go to bed and do something like this. And yeah, that's quite a good way to spend the last hour or half hour before you go to bed, if you feel you need to sort of chill out a bit. You know, if there's football on the telly and you don't want to see it, or God forbid somebody's listening to the news. Just leave them alone and go to your studio. Even if your studio is just a tray beside your bed, that's what you should do. So you could do this with a brush, of course, if you wanted to. You don't have to use a pen, and if you're good with a fine brush, you find it's a nice effect, probably better effect. This is cheating. This is cheating, but, you know, least said, soonest mended. So there we are. I think that's enough of those. So now we're going to go to our white pen. This is an Artex acrylic marker, and it's very obedient because white paint comes out immediately, you see, quite thickly, and you can come in with your white and you can say, it snowed last night. It snowed, yay. Go and get the children, get the sledge out. Actually, the forecast snow for tonight in France, where I live, not here in Cairo. We don't have snow there often, but they forecast it for tonight. But I have asked them please to make sure that it's all gone by the time I get home on Sunday. because I do not want to have to deal with snow. Thank you very much. Right, so we're putting in our white, and I'm going to also just pick up a little bit more black here and make that wall there a little bit darker. And here. And we'll just put a bit of yellow inside the doorway, inside the lights of the windows, like that. Then I'm going to put some snow on these trees. You could use white paint if you wanted to for this. You don't have to use an acrylic marker. Gouache, white gouache. You've heard me talk about that often enough, and it looks like this, generally speaking, when you buy it. Gouache, titanium white. This one's a Meaden one. Okay, so we're going to put the snow on these houses' roofs over here. See how that white goes right over the black? No problem at all. And we want this one down here to go this way. We have some windows like that. We can go around the moon if we have lost our shape a little bit. I don't think I lost mine too badly. And then we're going to put some snow on the branches of the trees. So just going to run the acrylic marker over the black, just where you think it might look better if it was snowed on. Okay, so that's quite realistic looking. And on this one here too, just draw in some snow. Let it snow. Take your time. Not like me, always in a hurry. Getting close to the end now. What do you think of the owl? He looks quite happy up there, doesn't he, in front of the moon? And have you noticed the wonderful gradations in the snow, in those layers of wet in wet that we did, that we've got all about? We got all about them, didn't we? We just let them happen. And when you look back, you go, oh, that worked out okay. I'm just going to make the roof a little bit whiter, a little bit bigger on the church. We could put a few snow flakes in the sky using this wonderful pen. And I'm going to go back to my 0.8, I think. Yep. And just go around the windows on the church. And maybe we might put a couple of bars in there. Maybe we might make that one round. It looks like the door's opening. And let's give it a cross on the top. And we just give some sort of definition, a little bit of shadow under the eaves there. And on this one here as well, same thing. Just make the owl a little bit darker. And we could put a little bit of shadow on the trees under the snow as well to make the snow look whiter. And you can fiddle around with the trees as much as you like, and if you wanted to come in with the very fine pen that I mentioned at the beginning and put in lots and lots of tiny little, because you know sometimes these trees have just absolutely covered in tiny, tiny branches, aren't they? I know the oaks near us are. So you could do that and, you know, spend a couple of hours doing that. Got nothing better to do, have I? Okay, so let's take the tape off of here. And I think we're going to be close to calling it done. I don't think I want to spend any more time on this for now. And all the materials I used are listed in the description below on the video. And as I said, the sketch will be available for free on our website. So you can pop over there and pick that up if you want. We have the two versions there. One's slightly bigger than the other. I didn't mention the paper I was using, which was Meaden Cold Press. 9x7 or whatever it is, something like that. This is a different pad. This one is a Clairefontaine Carnet de Voyage travel journal, and this paper is slightly different and it behaved slightly differently. This, obviously, you can see that there's a very nice gradation here where the paint has just gently spread and given us those nice layers of, you know, what do you call it? Snow? Yes, that's it. Let's get started on this right away. I'm going to put aside my bits and pieces here. This is my practice work that I've been doing. I'm going to be using today a block of Meaden watercolor paper hot press, 10 by 7 inches, and hot press makes a change, really, that's all. Sometimes you need a little bit of slightly different effect, and I think that's what I wanted here. And I'm going to use also my my Paul Rubens 24 set. Someone kindly pointed out that I actually had more than 24 paints in this set, and this is true. I actually have 24 plus 11 extras that I've put into the gap in the middle here. I bought some little pans and added them in, and these are Michael Harding colours. So I've got two sets of colours here. And the reason for that is because normally I have them all separate, but because I was travelling, I wanted to, you know, economise on space and so on and so forth. So that's what I did. Anyway, I've got a piece of paper towel here just in case I need it. And I'm just going to select out a few of these colours and show you here. This one is nice. This is Cobalt Turquoise Deep. And this is a lovely colour if you want to paint something like eucalyptus. You don't really have to do anything at all with that. You can paint that straight out of the pan. And you don't go straight from here to here. You ideally will put your colour onto your palette and dilute it to the amount that you want it to be diluted to. And we've also got my other favourite colours here that I like to use for Christmas, which is Hooker's Green, which is this one here. This is Michael Harding. This is a lovely, rich Christmas type of colour. I think you probably would agree. And then I've got Perylene Green, which is here, which is a very dark, almost black green, which is very useful for lots of things, shadows and very dark berries and things like that. Then we've got Green Gold, which is here, again, another Michael Harding colour. And that creates a nice light contrast for whatever it is that you're going to paint. And so I think I'm going to use those four mostly for this painting. And I'm just trying to make my mind up at the moment whether or not to do the bird in a bright colour, because I have a little bird sketched on here, which I prepared earlier, and I want to surround him with foliage. And I'm just trying to think whether or not to paint him in a bright colour, like a Christmas robin bird. He's going to be, before you get too worried, he's going to be whimsical. We're going to decorate him. And I am not quite sure what colour to do. So what's a good colour to go with green? I suppose the opposite, really. So I'll tell you what, let's make him wet. And by the time I've made him wet, maybe I'll have decided. I can't quite decide, actually. I've gone all kind of indecisive all of a sudden. I was going to do it red. Shall I do him red? I don't know. Answers on a postcard, please. So I'm wetting, because I like to paint wet in wet. I do like to do wet in wet if I possibly can. And I shall just drop in the twig he's standing on. You can see that because my brush wasn't completely clean, and so the water that I've used is actually very, very pale pink. So that has shown up quite well. Now for the branch, I'm going to pick up some burnt sienna, and I'm just going to drop that in along here and let that run a little bit. And then I will pick up a bit of burnt umber, and this is my traditional way of painting a twig. So we'll do that, and we let that run, and so on and so forth. This is kind of very traditional, and it might be that this painting turns out to be completely different from what I had intended, because, you know, that's the way the world works. Things don't necessarily go the way you intended. So I'm going to leave that to just do its thing. I don't want it too dark, don't want it too blackish. So do that. And then let me think, what shall we do? I think I will paint the bird Perylene Maroon, maybe. That's this colour here, which is quite a rich red. And we'll just go for a red bird. And you can call him a cardinal if you like. But I'm not going to try to make him or her look very cardinal-like. We did a cardinal the other day, proper one, that looked relatively realistic. So if you're looking for a cardinal for a Christmas card or something, one of our recent videos, I did that. Perylene, yes. And then we'll do his tail. Okay, and I've just done the wing a little bit darker. We'll leave some light around his eye. Makes it a bit easier. Okay, so that's just, and I'll try and get a sketch up of this once it's done, so that you can use it as a template, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to leave his legs out for the minute, and I'm going to ponder the greenery. Now, you can do a kind of more realistic sort of thing, or you can do, you know, this sort of arrangement where you just kind of throwing separate bits of this and that all over the place. But the last few days I've spent actually practicing painting pieces of evergreen in a more or less more kind of realistic sort of way. And I've had a bit of fun with that, actually. I'll show you what I was doing. And yeah, in this is a Talons, Royal Talons sketchbook. It's got smoothish kind of paper, and it's quite nice to work on. I've done quite a bit of bits and pieces in here since I got it. So if you're interested, I'll link to that in the description below. And that's why I chose to use this hot press paper, because this is hot press, because I liked the way these berries, particularly, I liked the way these berries came out as I was practicing my thing. And I had some photocopies that I'd made online. And this is the one that I used as a model for that. This is from Martha Stewart's website, actually. And it's really handy because she's got here all the different evergreens that you can find in America. I think there's about 15 of them, something like that. It might be more than that. And I've kind of put rings around the ones that I wanted to learn how to paint or to improve the way I'm painting them. But that one, and there's holly there, and there's juniper and bay, and all sorts of things. But this one is something called Burford holly, which is a kind of holly that has bigger berries than English holly, and the the leaves are not so spiky. So I thought, well, that's nice. And so I just did that. And I think I'm going to pretend that he's standing on a branch of Burford holly, because don't you think that could look quite reasonable? It might do, it might work out, mightn't it? So we can give that a try when he's dry. And something like that anyway. So let's, and I think I used this colour for the leaves. And I'm using actually a fairly small brush here. I think this is only about number 5. So I'm not quite sure. I think I might up the size of the brush. I'm going to go for this one. This is size 8 Princeton Aqua Elite. Somebody asked in questions below in the comments whether I now prefer Princeton brushes to Drawwell, and that isn't the case. It's just that I know that most of you can't get the Drawwell ones unless you contact Mr. Miami in, oops, that's the wrong one, in Japan, but you can buy Princeton brushes really easily. So yeah, I didn't want to do that. I was going to mix up the red first. So these berries, I'm going to do them with a mixture of alizarin crimson, which is this one. That'll do for that, alizarin, and cadmium red, which is here, because cadmium red is quite opaque, and so that'll give me quite a nice strong berry colour. And so let's just paint some circles and leave little whites, little lights, white lights for the highlights. And I'm going to sort of probably put quite a few of these because they're nice and bright, aren't they, and cheerful. Let's put some up here too. Make the ones that are a bit further away just a tiny bit smaller. And maybe, and the reason why I'm doing the berries first is because I actually want the colour to run a little bit when I put the leaves in. I want that to happen. So we're just arranging our berries in a more or less naturalistic kind of way. And then I shall clean my brush and pick up some hooker's green, I think was the one I wanted, wasn't it? Which I've now mixed up accidentally with that. So that's the hooker's green. This one here. And I'm going to just put in the leaves by taking the point of the brush, just touching it down very lightly, pressing a little, and then repeating. So you can see what I'm doing better than I can describe it. So I'm going to put the leaf here behind his leg, and I'll put his leg in afterwards if I feel I need it. So just with the tip of the brush and press down and lift up, and then you have a leaf. And you can go either from the start or the end, it doesn't really matter. And up here we'll go point and press and lift. And when you get a little bit of extra paint at the bottom there, that's actually quite nice because that gives a more realistic effect. And then we can come back with the perylene green and we can put in a few smaller leaves in the darker colour. And then we could, oops, we could put another dark one here perhaps. And then I'm going to join the berries. Maybe I'll just go for some black. Put some stems in there, not too many. Maybe I'll put another leaf or two down here. And a darker one perhaps here. And we're not worried about letting them run. And we're not worried about absolutely immaculate edges or anything like that. We just want something that looks nice. Okay, and then I'm going away from the whimsical idea that I had started with, and I'm going to now put in some evergreen at the top, I think, just a little bit in the distance. I think. Shall I or shan't I? Is that dry? I often talk to you about following the paint and how when you start to paint, sometimes you don't know what's going to happen and how you're going to feel about what you're doing, and to not have too many preconceived ideas, because art doesn't have to be all decided before you start. And I think we tend to try to control things a bit too much sometimes. So this has actually gone a different route from what I had probably thought I would do, because I quite like these. Yeah, I just wanted to paint that, you know. And so I'm going to let that dry, I think. I think it would make a reasonable card. That's why I did it on the right-hand side of this piece of paper, because I was thinking you could fold it there and it would make a Christmas card, and you could write Merry Christmas on here somewhere, something like that perhaps. It's not finished yet though. Okay, so let's make this into a cardinal. Let us decide that that's what it's going to be. And I'm going to then, therefore, add some black around his eye and his beak to make the mask. Like that. And I think that wants to go up there a little bit. And then we'll give him a little bit of a crest. And then let's give him a slightly stronger coloured chest. And get some legs. There we are. And a beak. And then I think probably the best way to do the eyes usually to use a pen, and we'll make the shape round and then try to just put some dark in there and leave a little, you know. Okay, and I think what we need up here is some more berries. So maybe I'll pick up a bit more of the alizarin crimson and cadmium red. And perhaps we'll just put up here a couple more. And we want the leaves, don't we, as well? It doesn't matter if the colours run, they look better usually if they run a little bit like that, and especially when it's dry. And then what we could do, we can do a couple of things here. You could either embellish your cardinal with white and make him into a whimsical cardinal, which I'm definitely thinking about doing. Or you can just carry on and make him more realistic. But it's up to you really, obviously, what you want to do. And I don't know. I'm very indecisive this morning, aren't I? I feel it needs something in the background. So I'm sort of thinking maybe I ought to put a little bit of blue. We've got this quite nice Verdita blue from Michael Harding, which I could use to just unify the whole thing. I mean, it's quite nice really to have a clean white background, I know. And if you're going to put words on it and say Merry Christmas or something, it's quite nice to have a plain background. But also at the same time, sometimes I suppose it's just being old-fashioned and thinking things need to have a background. And I do sometimes feel that things, I don't know, it doesn't have to be a very fancy background, doesn't have to be anything much at all, just the sort of background that you don't really notice is there, but you notice when it's not, you know? So that's what I have done there, and we'll let that run because it wants to. So there we are. I think he needs a bit more light in his eye. And we could, if we wanted to, we could, and some people will say, oh no, you've spoilt it by doing that, but we could whimsify him by doing some lines, some dots. Some feathers. So, there we are. I think he's done now. I feel he's finished. Today we're going to be painting 3 more Christmassy ideas, and that is going to be a landscape and a calligraphic message, let it snow, with some flowers and holly and stuff like that, and also a traditional wreath. So let's get started. In this set here I have got the colours that I'm going to be using mostly would be this one here, which is Hooker's Green, and I'm going to show you what that one looks like there. So that's Hooker's Green, which is a nice rich dark green, very suitable for Christmas foliage. Then next to that here we've got Perylene Green, which is a very, very dark green, almost black actually, which is perfect for making really dark accents. on your painting when it comes round to it. Then next to that, we've got green gold, which is this one, which is a much more gentle colour. It's sort of a light olive, really, I think you might say. And that's nice. And of course, any of these can be mixed together to give you something in between. And then here we've got moss green. Whoops. Don't know why that just popped up like that. Moss green, which is again different. You can see that they're all slightly different in their blueness and yellowness, because green being a mixture of blue and yellow. That's what you get. And then here we've got quinacridone gold, which obviously is great. And you can mix quinacridone gold with any of the blues, and we do have a bunch of blues here. The Paul Rubens blues are here, and we've got Berlin blue, phthalo blue, transparent turquoise, oriental green, May green, blah, blah. Lots of different blues. We've got over here, we've got indigo, and we've got French blue, which is like ultramarine. And all of those colours mixed with quinacridone gold will give you a different range of greens. And one thing that is not a bad idea when you are starting to paint something like this, it is most definitely not a bad idea at all to do a little bit of swatching out. And you could quite happily pick up, for example, just to practice, because if you're new, relatively new to painting, there's a tendency to only use the colours that are in the pans, which is probably not ideal. So, for example, if I pick up some quinacridone gold and a little bit of indigo, right, and I mix those two together in the correct proportions, then I'll get a kind of sludgy green kind of colour, which is not dissimilar from moss green. And if I then take the same quinacridone gold and mix it with, let's say, this blue here, which is a completely different blue, then we'll get a completely different green. That's blue verditer, this one. And so that's a lovely colour, actually. So that's quinacridone and blue, verditer blue. And then if we went to quinacridone again and mixed it with, let's say, transparent turquoise, and we're going to get another colour entirely. That's a lovely green too. So you see, this is all based on quinacridone gold and mixing it with indigo, mixing it with verditer blue, mixing it with transparent turquoise. And you have an infinite, from this set here, of basically 24 colours. Even if you only added quinacridone gold and didn't worry about any of the other Michael Harding colours, but just had a tube of quinacridone gold, you've got infinite greens, really. All of the greens that I have got here, you can mix up using quinacridone gold with the blues and greens in the Paul Rubens set. So that's just a little bit about colour mixing. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these away over here. And I'm going to keep my swatch handy because it's difficult sometimes to remember which of these colours is which. This is the one I'm going to be emulating a little bit. So I'll put that there. And I've got my Meeden block here, which is, I can never remember the size, so I don't want to tell you wrong, but I do have a ruler here, so I'll just, and it hasn't got its cover on, I took it off. This is 10 by 7, I think. Yeah, that's right. So this is the 10 by 7. I'm terrible with numbers. 10 by 7, and we're going to do a nice loose wreath, and you could either do it this way or you could do it this way. It doesn't matter. If you wanted to make it into a greetings card and put writing over the top and under the bottom, like wishing you a Merry Christmas, and the wreath in the middle, you might want to do it in the vertical format, or you could do it equally just as well in the horizontal format, but for a card, it might be better to do it this way around. So what we're going to start with is roughly a circle, and you could take a compass and draw a circle, or you could draw around an existing circular object, like for example, something like this. This is a yogurt pot. We could do that. I think that probably would work reasonably well. So you could either use the bottom, which is slightly smaller, or the top, which is slightly bigger. Maybe I'll use the bottom, because this is just kind of a guide to give you a rough idea of what round is. So I'll just take my pencil and very lightly go around that. You don't even have to do that, but it's probably best if you don't want an oval, to give yourself a sort of a bit of a guideline. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a brush. It doesn't have to be too big or too small. This is a size 8, I think, or 9. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop some water in a circular pattern, and I'm not going to make a completely wet circle like that. I'm not going to do this. This is a dry brush, by the way. I'm going to just do some dancing around the outside edge, and I'm not sure whether that's going to be the best brush. What I want is one that's not too soft and not too big. That's too big. Oops. Actually, I think I might use this one. This is Princeton Aqua Elite, which is one of my favorite brushes, actually. I've got thousands of brushes, much too many brushes, far too many brushes. I wish Princeton would contact me and say, would you like to represent our brushes? They don't care about me, I'm not important enough. Because I would quite honestly, happily only ever paint with their Aqua Elites, and even actually their other ones. They've got a couple of other brushes, and I do like them a lot, actually. So what I'm going to do is we are going to, I often start, and you can do the same thing, I often start my painting by going online and finding some ideas and then sort of working from those ideas into my own style of painting. And I noticed this one today, which is incredibly loose. I hadn't seen this one before. Really, really loose. And I thought to myself, I wonder how they did that. And then there's another one here, which is also very loose. And I can see, if I look very closely at it on my computer, I can see that whoever did this drew some pencil lines to guide them before they started. So you could do that. And then I found this one here as well, which I think is also quite nice. And I like the way they've gathered together all of these berries in quite large clumps and everything. And they've made some of the leaves really quite big. So those are my 3. And you can do this, you know. I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't. And you just look and you think to yourself, oh, yeah, now, how did they do that? I mean, this one looks as if these are meant to be berries, but they've actually turned out more like baubles. So I'm not going to try and emulate this at all. I'm not going to try and copy it, but it just got me thinking about how to start doing a wreath really nice and loose. And so what I thought they must have done is, I think they took a brush and some water with no paint, and then they just sort of danced around. That's what I think they might have done, leaving lots and lots of gaps. Now, I don't know whether that person did it like this or not, but this is my my idea. And so I'm not filling, I'm leaving lots of spaces because I don't want the paint to run everywhere, but I do want it to have its own way, if you like, of doing what it feels like doing. So then I'm going to go with my lightest colour, which is going to be the quinacridone gold, and I'm just using the tip of the paintbrush, and I'm going to dance all the way around the circle. It's like doing maypole or something like that. English people will know what I'm talking about. Dancing around the maypole. So we'll do that. So the lightest colour first. I think it's usually a good idea to start with the lightest colour first, but we're not going to allow this wreath to be all yellow, obviously, because it's not autumn anymore. But what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go to my next darkest colour, which is this one here, which is green gold, which I have put here. And I'll just strengthen that up a little bit more water, a little bit more paint. And I'm going to just dab it in, perhaps in the areas where the quinacridone gold is darkest, but just dabbing it in. And this kind of painting is a great thing to do when you're feeling stressed and upset, which is something that's happened to me over the last few days. I haven't been able to get out of my depressed mood, and I'm going to have to work on that because this is not going to drag me down and leave me in the mire. But anyway, so it is a case of just literally painting yourself happy again. And I know a lot of people out there are in the same boat as me for whatever reason. And, you know, I think of myself, my psychology, as being a kind of like a glass of water. And when things happen, you know, good or bad, it's like you have an emotional negative and emotional positive. And you've got two glasses of water, right? And the one that takes the negatives and sits over there and, you know, things happen. You know, your chicken dies, a friend gets sick, you make a bad choice, or you lose something else, or whatever happens. And as each one of those things happens, it fills up your glass of water a little bit more until finally it gets to the top and the last drop just takes it over the edge and you've got a flood. All of a sudden, there's water everywhere. And I think that's the way, and similarly, if it's the positive glass of water, you know, or wine, same thing really. You hopefully have lots of good things happening to you, and eventually, you know, you're so happy and you can't, you know, I mean, that doesn't happen very much though, does it? Anyway, so why am I saying this? I don't know. Just that my glass of negative water has just recently been a little bit overfull, and it comes out of your eyes eventually, and you just think, oh my God, you know, grow up. But you can only tolerate so much. So anyway, what I've done now is I've gone round and I have put each of these 4 colours, a little bit of each one, basically into the wet part, and I'm going to let that dry. Let's just put a little bit there, and I've left plenty of spaces, and into those spaces a bit later on I'm going to put red berries. Okay, I'm looking at it and thinking I'm a little bit skimpy around here, so I'm just going to come back with a little bit more quinacridone gold, and I'm just going to make it a little bit wider here. Okay, so it's roughly the same the whole way around. And then I'm going to go away and I'm going to check the oven, because I have a loaf in the oven that is cooking, and I think it's probably about half an hour, and maybe it's already burnt. So I shall be back in a second. Okay, so this is completely dry now. I actually left it overnight because things got in the way. And I'm now going to, I think, could do 2 things here. Could either start with the berries or could start with the darker foliage. But I think I'm going to start with the berries, or some of them at least. And I'm going to use a relatively small brush. I think this is about a 3 or 4. I don't know. It hasn't got a number on it, but I'm going to say 4. And I'm just going to pop in some circles and leaving a little bit of white on each one, knowing that if I accidentally fill the whole thing in, I can add a little bit of white using a white pen. And so that just gives them a sort of sense of, what's the word? Where they're reflecting the light because they're round. It makes them look rounder. So as we said earlier, I'm just going to leave some white spaces all over the wreath at this point. And then I'm going to go round, turn it round so it's a bit easier, and just pop in some berries, tuck them into the gaps. And I'm using cadmium orange, I think it is. No, wait a minute. This is azo orange. Azo orange. It's a Michael Harding colour. It's more of a scarlet than orange, I think. I suppose you could say it was orange, but... So wherever I've left a nice big hole, I'm going to put a berry in. And I think when you're organising your design, it's a good idea to put in odd numbers, so 1 or 3 or 5 in groups rather than twos. So we'll put another one in there, and I think maybe another one here. Put this one behind a little bit, and we'll just keep going round. And I think you would agree that once you start to add some reds, you get a different sort of mood. I mean, it still looks a little bit autumnal. Whoops. Now there's an example where I've accidentally filled the whole thing in, so I'll have to come to that one later with a bit of white. But that shouldn't be too big of a problem. The thing is with paintbrushes, sometimes the hairs sort of jump and do their own thing, and you didn't mean that to happen, you know. So I'm going to go all the way around with this particular colour. Remember, I was looking at my examples, and this one where she's actually got quite a lot of berries in quite big kind of clusters. And I'm not going to go quite that far, but I thought quite a few berries would be nice. And these aren't, I don't know whether these are going to be considered to be holly berries, or isn't that some singer's name, Holly Berry? Anyway, once I've got all the way around using the azo orange, I'm going to then add a little bit. This is what you could call a therapeutic painting, in the sense of I'm taking my time, I'm not rushing. Some people say, oh, you paint so fast. And it's true, I often do. There's a reason for that, and it's called YouTube. Sometimes you have to. So there we are. I think I'm going to put another one down here. Another couple. And then I shall go to my next colour of red, which is alizarin crimson, which is, again, Michael Harding. If I can get away with using Michael Harding in preference to Paul Rubens, I of course will, because they are better paints. But for something like this, which is, you know, a very sort of, it's not a demanding kind of painting, is it, really? So I'm just going to put some darker red onto the edges of some of these berries. And that kind of shadow will give them a bit more 3D. You don't have to do that if it's too fiddly, because it is a bit fiddly. You could use a coloured pencil, brush pen, you know, like the Poetique ones, which you can't get anymore, but there are others which are similar, which the names of which I can't remember, but I think Lightwish make them. For all I know, the Poetique ones might have been made by Lightwish or Paul Rubens, who knows? That was too big. Okay, I'm not going to do any more of those because I'm getting bored. Anyone else around here get bored with doing repetitive things? I do. So that's that, right? So we're going to leave that like that. And then now I'm going to put in some darker leaves. I think I might switch to a slightly bigger brush. And I'm going to go to my Perylene Green, which is this one, which I think is the darkest green I've got. And let's just put in some leaf shapes. It's gone very quiet in here. You wouldn't think I was in the middle of a city, would you? You can't hear any noise. I'm behind double glazing, obviously. It's very different from being in France. Another couple of days and we'll be back. Back to Brittany. So I'm just putting dark ones in. I don't know how this is going to turn out. It might not turn out as well as the last one. You just don't know, really. But you have to go with the flow. And the thing is, when you put a colour over another colour, and depending on what's underneath, it'll change. So if I'm putting this dark green on top of yellow in various places, or orange, it'll look different, right? So if you're putting it on white, I think that was the same colour, wasn't it? Okay, so we've got some of this leaf all the way around. And you could, if you wanted to, give them some little stems, I suppose. So you could just connect them. And you could, of course, as well, put in some, some centre vein. But you could wait for the end. And one of the reasons for doing the dark ones is that when that's all dry, where you've got nice dark leaves like this, you can come in with gold and you can do the centre veins in gold. And that sort of stands out better on this dark green than it would on the lighter colours. So that's the way we can do that. And then what we can do then is go for a light green. And I think I'm going to use the Cobalt Turquoise Dark, which is this one. That is I don't know why they're calling it dark, because it isn't, really. That is this colour, which I think is quite nice. And I'm going to use that. Oops, hang on a minute. Where did I put that? I put it there, didn't I? Yeah. So I'm going to use that one for my furry ferns. And this is going to take quite a while. Let's go around and do all of this. So I'm using a size 4 round brush. And I'm going to do some of them lighter and some of them darker, depending on just how much paint I've got on the brush. And if you use different intensities, it gives it more depth, you know, because the light ones seem to recede and go back. We went shopping last night in the local, you could call it, it's like a delicatessen, you know. I think you have those in America, don't you? A deli. Only it's a supermarket really. It has everything in it from, you know, babies' nappies to toilet brushes and then, but it has a wonderful, it's in Cairo, you've got everything here, and you just have to look. You've got every possible level of supplies. So you can go to, you know, inexpensive supermarkets, and you can go to expensive ones. And the one we went to yesterday is quite funny, really, because it's full of American products. You know, Folger's coffee and M&Ms and I don't know, all sorts of things from all around the world. Stuff from England as well. And France, and prices to match. But it was really good because I bought a packet of chips and a few other things. So I've managed to go around there, and there was a car standing in the middle of the supermarket. I don't know why. So the next thing is, what's the next thing? We haven't put any holly or anything like that. I think... Let me see. I think it needs some more sort of mid-range, doesn't it? So we're probably going to be looking at this green. Whoops, this one here, which is moss green. And I'll put some mid-tone in around and about. So I'm kind of going over some of the fur. Oops, get rid of that in a minute. And then I think what we probably need is a very strong dark colour like violet as a contrast, a complete contrast. If I can pick some of that up. That is supposed to be, that's indigo, and that's dioxazine violet. And then we'll put some little berries in spaces. And that gives a good contrast, makes the whole thing seem fuller. And then the last thing that we're going to do after we've done this is probably put in some gold. And probably, maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure, maybe we need some white or some black. So I'm just going to put some gold into the centers of these dark leaves, like I said I would do, which will show up reasonably well. This is a Slicky Pentel, I think it is. It's quite a nice little gold pen. And then we could, I don't know, we could put some gold berries in as well. And actually the easiest way of doing that is to use the acrylic pen, which does nice circular gold dots, which we can just put in very quickly and at random all over. And we could put little groups if you wanted to make them look a little bit more obvious. Like that. Lots of different ways that you could do this. And then once it's full to your heart's content, which I think it's probably about as far as I want to go at the moment, then you can do your centerpiece, which could be a piece of writing. You could write something like Noel or Merry Christmas, or you could hang you could stick a bird in there, or you could hang some like this. This was a trial one that I did, which I think is quite a nice idea. You could do one like that, put some baubles hanging in the middle and a little bird. Perhaps you might not want quite as much greenery as that, but I just thought we would try and take it to the extreme here. So there we are. That's quite a rich and luxuriant kind of wreath, and similar to that one and that one and those ones there, all different ideas that we've had. And so now we're going to go on to the next thing. Okay, so I am not a calligraphy artist, I'm not a calligrapher, but I am going to have a go at doing something with some wording on it. You could write anything, doesn't have to be Let It Snow. Could be anything, you know, Merry Christmas or whatever, but I kind of like them Let It Snow because I wish it would. Sometimes, you know, you feel like you'd quite like it to snow. So I'm just mixing up some Verditer Blue, which is like a pale version of ultramarine, and I'm using a water brush here to do the writing, and I'm just going to try and see if that's dark enough. I think it probably is. And I'm going to have a go anyway. I'm going to have a go. This one I thought came out reasonably well, in the sense of I'm not embarrassed to show it to you. So I've just quickly scribbled the letters in. You could trace them from somewhere if you wanted to. And it's often the case that when you try to do this, it doesn't work when you're doing it on camera. So I'm hoping it will. I'm hoping that I've got enough paint in this brush and not too much. So we'll see. I did it with the water brush before because it seemed to work better. So I'm going to start very thin and then just push down a little bit and then go thinner and go round and then go thinner and thicker. Pick up some more paint. put a little bit more in where it's gone a bit too pale. I think I might add a little bit more here. There we go, let. And then it. Okay, so far so good. And then I'm going to start here, because this is a big word, a big letter. And we'll come round here. And then we take that round there. So I'm sort of thinking of these letters as being a part of a painting rather than part of a word. And snow, so we have an N. An O. Make that a bit wider there. Add a little bit more paint here. And then the W. Press down to go thicker. And then we're going to try and do a curl there. And then down to go thicker. I know this isn't proper calligraphy, but it'll do. And give a curl there. Okay, so we have let it snow. And what we're going to have to do now is let it dry. And then we'll come back and put some embroidery on it. So for our third painting, I'm going to paint a very simple winter landscape. One that you've probably seen done before, but you can never do the same thing exactly twice. So it's always a good idea to do it again and see how it turns out. I'm just putting some washi tape around the outside of the piece of paper just to give me a very narrow little border, and because that will look, I think, a bit tidier. And what I'm going to do is very simple. As I say, you will have seen this particular idea done before by me and by other people too, but sometimes it's just nice to do something really, really simple, isn't it? So, using the rule of thirds, as people like to say, you're going to choose a place for your horizon, which is going to be usually either about a third of the way down or a third of the way up, but anywhere other than smack bang in the middle is, generally speaking, better. So we're going to go for a little bit higher, and then what I'm thinking of doing is having a tree in the foreground, maybe one here, and some in the distance. So we'll see how that goes. So I'll just, you could have, it's always tricky to know exactly what kind of a background to do, because we could have mountains. Okay, so maybe we'll do that. Perhaps we'll have a kind of mountainscape, something like that. And then there'll be a kind of mid-ground here. So then your foreground tree could be here. And then you could have a sort of distant tree, mid-distance tree here, And then you could have a few more in the far distance here. So we could do something like that. And so the sky we're going to do in indigo, I think. Perhaps not purple. Where's the indigo gone? Hang on, you can move out of the way for a sec. Indigo. Indigo. Okay, so let's do an indigo sky in the background. Not too dark. And I know this will dry a little bit lighter. And we'll just put in here a touch of Naples yellow so that as we bring the sky down, it'll blend, hopefully. And we'll have a little bit of light in the distance as perhaps the sun is going down. So we'll leave it like that. Okay. And then to indicate the mountains in the background here, I'm going to pick up some Verditer blue and very, very lightly just paint in some snow shadows. Practically any shape will give you the impression of snow. So like that. And just don't fuss with it too much. Then we want some really dark green trees, greenish blue. So we'll mix our indigo with some hooker's green or peroline green. And we can put in some trees here. And it's going to run a little bit where it hits the snow. That doesn't matter. And then we can just, with a clean brush, just drag down a little bit there. Okay. We can come back to that and make that a little bit darker in a minute, if we want to, if we feel it's dried a bit too light. And then a dark Christmas tree, very dark green. Let's go for peroline green, which is this one, which was here, I think. And I'm going to take the chance and just put it down here like this. It always goes very quiet when I'm concentrating, you know. I'm painting from memory here. And we will want to sort of flatten the branches out a little bit because we're going to put some snow on there. So we don't need too much in the way of detail. Like this, that's probably enough. I'm just hoping that I remembered to bring some white gouache. Oh yes, I did bring some white gouache. Okay. So we just come down here with this tree here and we'll call that a day. And then again, clean water brush just to drag some of that out and give us some shadow. That's damp, so I don't want to paint over the top of that. So I'm going to let that dry. And we'll come back to that and do the other tree when it's dry. Okay, meanwhile, this has dried, and so we can think about how we're going to decorate that. And this is what I did before, and basically all I did was added some roses and some leaves. So I'm going to do the same thing, I think. Let me pick up my trusty Princeton brush, and I'm just thinking I might rub out some of these lines, because I did put my guidelines in, and mostly I didn't paint over them. Most of the time I ignored them, but they were there for, it's like a comfort blanket really, you know, so that's that. Got rid of those. And then, oh, excuse me, we can think about things like holly and, I don't know, Christmas roses, things like that. So if we want some pink, quinacridone rose, I think, would be a good one. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this one. And we could do some, you know, how we do these roses with the C shape going round like that to make a sort of, it's not exactly like a rose, but it's convincing enough. It's sort of, the brain says, yeah, I know what you are. You're a rose. And so that's good enough really, isn't it? So we do a little C, and then a slightly bigger one, and then a slightly bigger one, overlapping, pushing down to make it go thicker. And it doesn't really need to be too super tidy. And you can always go back in to the damp one and add a little bit more paint, like that. And then I think probably I'll do the holly next. I think maybe I need 3 roses though. Perhaps maybe we'll put one down here. There we are. I think that will probably do. And yeah, holly. Now holly, you need to think a little bit about holly, if you know what I mean. It's kind of tricky to paint, but it's not really tricky. It's like that. Can you see what I'm doing? If you haven't painted holly before, that's basically how you do it. And then you just pick up some green, and I want to use this soft green here. It's called Cobalt Turquoise Dark. I don't know why, because it's not dark, it's actually quite light. And I'm just going to take that straight out of the pan, add a little bit of water to it, and pop that in, because I sort of want these colours on this one to be kind of delicate and not in your face Christmas colours. So, you know what I mean? Sort of green and red, but not bright green and not bright red. So a pink and a soft green to go with the blue. So, and then you could drop in a little bit of that's Peroline green, just to let that kind of run a little bit and give you your shadow side. And then we could have some sort of dark blue fur. And don't worry if you get the feeling that you want to go over some of your writing, because you'll still be able to read it. And then we can put some pink. Now I'll wait for that to dry before I put the pink berries in. I will put pink berries in, but I'm not going to put them in just yet. And then we can go to the same colour, this one here, and let's put some leaves around these roses. I know roses, strictly speaking, should have serrated edges, but it's a little bit difficult to do, and sometimes it's better not to bother. So we'll do that, and then we could have coming out from here, doing some really dark green, but a soft green, not a bright emerald type green, but a bluish green. Could have some little berries. And then maybe same colour, we'll bring out a little bit more fur. Maybe here too. Okay, I hope my camera's on. Yes, camera is on. And then just as a little bit of contrast, let's have some of this colour as well as this colour, and we'll have that coming in from outside. We're going to put berries in a minute. I think it's a good idea to actually go over some of the writing as well. I think that works quite well. And then we could have some of this quite strong, relatively strong, Perylene green, and put that there. And maybe we'll do some over here as well. I'll turn that round. It's easier if you come at it from that angle. Okay, and I think what I wanted to do over here, and I did it before, was a pine cone kind of thing. So we'll pick up some brown and we'll just put in a pine cone or two, just roughly. Doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be perfect. And then we'll have a piece of fir tree coming down here. Something like that. And I'm going to go back to my cobalt turquoise, and we'll put some more fur up here. I'm going to do a bit more holly in a minute. Okay, so we had another rose over here that needs some leaves. And one down here, similarly, needs some leaves. Drop in a bit more dark at the bottom because that always blends nicely. And this one can have a centre vein because they're dry. Okay, and so, oops, we could actually now then just clean that off. We could put our berries in, couldn't we? Some berries, and we could put a few more up here. To be careful not to put my hand on it. And remember to leave little light if you can. This brush is being a bit clumsy, or is it me? Okay, brushes do wear out actually, and even your most favourite brush eventually will begin to let you down, and you'll be saying, oh, I thought this was such a good brush, and but it's just that you've used it so much because it was your favourite, and then in the end it says, you know, I'm only nylon, I don't last forever. Nothing lasts forever, does it? Let's put some more berries here. Let's make that nice and dark like that one up there. I think we could put some darks here too. And let me see, I think a little bit more holly perhaps down here maybe. Yeah, how about here? I hope everyone's plans for Christmas are going well. Haven't really felt very Christmassy this year so far because we're, like I keep telling you, we're not in France at the moment. And when you're in a climate where you're wearing t-shirts and things, although I know a lot of people in America celebrate Christmas and they're used to it being anything other than snow. I mean, you don't have snow in so many parts, like Florida, for example. I know. And so you're used to it. But being English born and bred, I expect grotty weather, as we call it. Not sunshine, but sunshine is what we have at the moment. So I'm not complaining. No, definitely not. Okay, so I think we're sort of getting there. You could carry on doing this for quite a long time. We could have another one up here coming across there, for example. And we could have another one coming down here, for example. And let's put some berries in here, using quite thick paint there, so it's not running so badly. And we could have, I don't know, we could put a couple on here, couldn't we? Tiny ones, for example. And I think we could leave it like that. I think that's probably good enough. What do you think? It's quite pretty, isn't it? So it's kind of wintry. I mean, there's still things you could do, but it's not quite dry yet, and I would come in and do a bit more detail. So we'll leave that for now and put that aside. You could put gold and all sorts of stuff on top of that. But we need to come back to our landscape now. And that is dry. So we will pick up some Perylene green again, which is this one here, mixed with some Hooker's green. And let's put another tree over the top of the ones in the background. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit wavy. And we're painting the branches, higgledy-piggledy, the most random you can think of doing, really. You don't want it too even. Maybe we go down to near to the bottom. Everybody has a tendency to make everything too even, I think. When they're painting, you want to kind of smooth it all out and make it tidy, which is fine if you're making a cake, but it's not such a good idea if you're doing a painting. So I'm coming back into the one I did first and adding some random dark strokes on top of the existing strokes, but not adding any more new strokes, just darkening, right? Because I want to leave lots of light, because we're going to put snow on next. So the last thing we want to do is paint the whole thing black in order to turn it all back to white, if you see what I mean. So then this one, same thing. Just now, while we have it wet, we will draw some shadows across. And now let's find some white gouache. This is Meaden titanium white gouache, and we'll just squeeze some of that out into my palette here. This isn't the best one that you can use. The P.H. Martin's, Dr. Martin's, I think is probably better, but this will do for now because it's all I have. I didn't bring the other one with me. And then we're just going to paint snow into the dark. Because we've left quite a bit of it light, it's not so bad. We don't have to do so much. You can just imagine the snow. As soon as you start to put the highlights on, you can see the contrast there. Okay, so we're not going to go bonkers with that. And this one, it's been a light snowfall. Okay, so yeah, you could add a little bit of, you know, a bit more kind of contrasty stuff in the foreground. A little bit of dry brush there to give it a bit more texture. You could imagine somebody's just walked through there and there's a path heading off into the distance. So there we are. I'm not going to add any jingle bells or anything like that, but you could say, well, it's a snowy night and it's just starting to snow. So let's put a few spatters. to indicate the snowy night. So there we are. And we'll take the tape off, and hopefully we'll have a nice little border. So that wouldn't make a bad Christmas card, would it? What do you think? I think it's easily done. So there we are. That's our Christmas scene for today. And let it snow. And somewhere around here we have our Christmas wreath. I think it needs a bird in the middle. What do you think? I'm going to paint some Christmas trees, and I can't decide what kind of Christmas tree to paint, so I'm going to paint several. Now this is 9 inches wide, so that means we can divide it quite conveniently into 3-inch widths. So we'll just quickly put a mark there, and then I'm going to join. I can't find it. It's here. I lost it. Oh, there it is. Right, and there it is. Right. Very lightly, just very lightly. You can rub that out afterwards. And then here, yeah, very lightly. And then coming this way, we want 3 as well, and this is 12, so that's going to be 4. So that means that our rectangles are going to be 3 by 4. And once you've done these 9, or however many it is, rectangles, you could cut them all up and make them into Christmas cards by sticking them onto a folded piece of paper. That would work quite well. So this is kind of like Christmas card making in bulk, you could say. So there we are. We've got our 3, 6, 9 squares, rectangles. Here I have some paints. Always a good plan if you're going to be painting a picture. This is a Paul Rubens set, 24 set, plus another addition in the middle here of 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. These are Michael Harding colours. And this is what it looks like when it's swatched out. So we have, these are the ones that come with this set, which is the Paul Rubens Professional 24 set, yada yada. And then I've got my favourite Michael Harding colours in the middle, and I'll put all of that in the description below. Perylene green is going to be one of the colours, along with green gold, that I think would be quite nice for Christmas trees. But see how strong, the reason why I chose this particular set is it's very, very strong on the blues and greens, so it'll be really nice for Christmas tree types of colour. And it's also got a very bright azo crimson, azo orange and alizarin crimson there, as well as these reds. So we should be okay with reds as well. So let's put that there. And I might need a small palette to mix on if this isn't enough, which it probably won't be. So let me see, what can I find? That's dirty, that's no good. Oops. That'll do. That'll do, I think. Okay, so let's get started with this. Oh yes, I've also got some golds here. These are Calligraphy, starry colour type of things. Calero pearl colours, they call them. So they're made in Germany. They should be okay. Let's just try it out on a test sheet. This is a card I did earlier. Yeah, now they've moistened up nicely, so they're going to actually paint on quite well. So that's okay. Okie dokie. So let's see. I'm playing. It's playtime. So I'm going to do something a bit like that one there, which I just showed you, first of all. And that I started off with yellow and then just gradually added darker greens going down. So just popping into these different colours and just smushing them in. Why not? Not even paying any attention to what they are, whether they're blue or green or purple. And we'll just go down like that. And then I'll do a chunk. There we go. And perhaps we might want to just give it a bit more Christmassy shape, like that, maybe. Okay, number one. And we'll let that dry and then come back and decorate it. So let's say we're going to have a nice light coloured one next, perhaps. And we could just do it in triangles, perhaps. Something like this. Yeah, that'll do. And then again, the trunk. Okay, that's number two. Let's do one in gold, shall we? Let's just do him in gold. I'm using a round brush, nothing special. This is a Drawwell brush. I think it's about a number 9. And I'm just going to, I'm just sort of flicking out like that. And we'll do the trunk. And we can come back into these ones when they're dry and put decorations on them. Let me see, what should we do next? We could pick up some nice dark Peroline green, really, really dark. And we could just do a kind of very sketchy kind of basic tree shape like that. Don't want to mess with it. Maybe I will. And then what else? Shall we do a silvery one? We've got these silvery colours here. We could do let's just do a triangle, shall we, in this silver colour? Silvery gold. And then the trunk. This one's going to be all about the decorations, isn't it? And next, we could have a brightish green, something like this, mixed green, and I was thinking we could have circles. Why not? Put some more yellow here, perhaps, and here. And then we need a dark colour for the trunk. Okay. Let's do a more traditional one down here, perhaps. You can see how to just spray the branches out like that. Okay, traditional tree. And maybe we'll have another gold one down here, perhaps. I don't know, maybe not. Let's do this one. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do this one like this. And then a dark trunk, like that. And then finally, I do think it needs to be sort of silvery coloured. Silvery green. Okay, and then a trunk. Okie dokie. Now, they probably need to be dried a bit. Okay, now there are various different ways in which you can decorate these. And the simplest and easiest way is to take some whitewash, which I have here, already squeezed out. This is a Meaden whitewash, and it could be PH Martins, could be anything. Add a reasonable amount of water, and then I suggest testing it before you go anywhere with it. Make sure it's going to spatter, and then you can just spatter your tree. That is easy way number one. You can do the same thing using a toothbrush. This is one I have courtesy of Air France and their flight, and you can spray a finer spray like that. You can get a much finer spray, so you have a mixture of large blobs which come from the brush, and you don't need to mess around banging it on something. You can just use your finger, just go like that. And if you've got enough water on it, you'll get nice blobs coming off like that. So that's number one, and using the paintbrush, the toothbrush, is number two, and that works really well as well. So that's that. You can use, of course, a white pen, and I've got here some Artex white acrylic markers, and these are really good. You just have to give it a bit of a shake, and then give it a bit of an encouragement, and soon they start to give up their blobs, and then you can just do lovely regular dots using this pen, and I think that looks pretty neat. So that's that. And then, of course, you've got other colours that you can use too. I think that one comes in gold, but you could use one of these, which is a gold pen. This is Mitsubishi, what is it? Mitsubishi what? It's a gold gel pen. And I'll just make sure this is working. Yep, it is. And what we could do here on this one, we could do spirals. And this one's kind of going a bit, you could call it abstract. But that's fun. I really like spirals. And you can do them all over. And then on the ones that are yellow, you could go for black. And we could pop in with our black pen and just do a contrast there on the yellow, like that. And maybe a bit here. So that's kind of cool. Quite like that. What do we do on a gold one? That's a very good question. I'm thinking the acrylic pen is going to be the best thing to use there. And maybe what we'll do is we'll do something with the black one. This is a black version of this, the white one that we just used here. And that's working quite nicely. So let's just try the same thing, shall we? Put some random black dots on here. Looks quite smart. Oops, shaky hand. That's easily done, isn't it? That's okay. This one here, what shall we do with that one? I think red is calling to me here, so I'm going to go for this is a Poetique pen, but I've got others as well, but I want a red actually. So we're looking for red, bright red. This is bright red. Brush pen, just an ordinary brush pen. And with this, I'll just have to wet them sometimes to make them work a bit better. We can just drop in some nice red decorations. Just scatter them around at random. Make them different sizes. I think that'll do, maybe one here. Maybe one here. Okay, so that's that idea. He's a bit neglected, isn't he? What should we do on that one? And we've got this one down here. I'm thinking tinsel here. So how are we going to do that? I've got an acrylic gold, I think. Let me see. I think I've got it out somewhere. Hang on. Yeah, here we are. Acrylic gold and silver. This is gold, so I'm going to try that. That's quite nice and subtle. I wonder whether the silver would be better. Okay, it might want some black as well, perhaps. You have to try it out as you go along. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter, because you're going to cut them all up and make them into cards. So those that don't work, that's fine. Okay. I like that one. What am I going to do with this one? Maybe... Oh, I know, yes, that's a good idea. We will do some, I wonder if that will work. I was thinking stars, I'm not sure. No, that's not going to work on there. No, that's too dark. We could do some black snowflakes. You have to remember that snowflakes always have 6 arms, like that. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That will do. And we've got now this one up here. I'm going to do tinsel, but black. And little dots. Little star at the top. And we're nearly done. We're getting there. I wonder whether this would work with gold. Yeah, I think it probably would. There we go. Just lots of gold balls over here. This one needs some spatter, I've suddenly decided, so we'll just put a little bit of white spatter on that one. Maybe on this one. On this one. There we go. Okay, right then, so we have got 9 Christmas trees for your pleasure. 9 ideas. I bet you can think of better ideas than this, but all you need to do now is cut them all off and get yourself a piece of card, fold it in half like that, cut out your Christmas tree and stick it on there, and Bob's your uncle, you've got a Christmas card. I think it's always a good idea to do a rough painting before you actually start with your masterpiece. And sometimes the funny thing is the one that you do that you're not putting too much thought into turns out to be the one that you like the best. It's a funny thing, that. And so anyway, I haven't done any painting for a little while, and so I have no idea what I'm doing at the moment. And I thought, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy. This is always a good idea, copying. I'm going to copy roughly the painting that I did last year and see what happens as far as composition goes, because these flowers are kind of, you could spend a lot of time on these flowers, but I don't plan to do that. And I'm switching now to green, and I want the green to run, okay? Now the leaves are sort of weird shape. They kind of seem to be sort of joined together, kind of like that, and then they have little spikes coming out like that. And so we'll just change the colour that we're using. And I don't know. I'm not feeling very verbal today, you know. Some days you feel like talking and some days you don't feel like talking. Let's put a bit of yellow in here too. You never know how these things can turn out, really. It's just a case of going for it, I think. Have a look at this. That's pretty much what it is. What it is what it is. And I think I need to put a bit more darker red in the centres of these flowers. Not that they are actually darker in the middle, but they do have a variety of red about them, don't they? Okay, I'm going to bring some more leaves down this way. And we'll have some flowers. Okay, and so then I'm going to just quickly look at my pot and we'll go for something resembling terracotta. And a bit darker brown, so that's burnt sienna, so we'll just add some, what do they call that one? I don't remember what they call that one. I'm not going to look it up, it doesn't really matter. And then we'll put some, let's put a turquoise colour perhaps for the table underneath and let that run a bit. And then I'm going to put some darker greens in. Let's find my forest gump green. And just put that, so that kind of goes behind. Don't necessarily have to put it over the top, but you can drop it in so it will run as well. And they do seem to have kind of veins. Down the middle, so we'll just try and drop some of those in places. I was going to do this bigger. This was going to be my trial, but I think I'm going to probably let this dry and say that that's good enough. And let's put a design on the pot. Put some black at the top there because it kind of goes back. Okay. And do they have something in the middle of them, these flowers? I'm not sure if they do. Let me see. Yeah, some of them have. So we could come in with some white. We could, I'm hoping this will work, might not. It's still a bit wet. But we could drop in a few dots. That it will probably accept. that. And then when it's dry, we could come back and do a few more of those. I think that probably would be sensible. And we can drop in a bit more dark red. I think, I'm not an expert on Christmas cactuses, but I think they come in different colours, because I think I've seen pink ones as well as this sort of red, and maybe there's a darker red as well. So we'll just put another layer of red over the top of the ones that we've already painted, and then the thing is now to let it dry. That's what we have at this point in time. Okay, so I am going to carry on now and paint a bookmark of a Christmas cactus, and I have a little pad here. This is by Hanemühle, and it's a bookmark pad, and they're available on Amazon as well. And I have a couple of plans in here for a Christmas cardinal, which I haven't painted yet, and Christmas robin, which I haven't painted yet, and sheep, which I have. And these are going to be available as sketches from the website at some point in the not too distant future for you to use. But if you go over there and have a look, you can download already for free a whole bunch of suitable sketches which you could transform into bookmarks like this. So I'm going to paint a sprig or a few sprigs. I'm not quite sure exactly how yet, but we're going to do something on here. But I'm going to do it in different colours. This is the one I just did, and it's not dry yet, but you can see that it's quite a striking colour, and bright red with quite strong green, which is quite nice. And when that's dry, actually, that probably won't look too bad. But for this one, I'm going to paint it in pink and a softer green. I'm just looking for a piece of paper here so I can show you. This colour pink here is a kind of magenta, which is quite nice, and that's part of the Kuretake range. And then there is this green here, which is pretty much turquoise, and I'm going to mix that with a little bit of sap green, and that will give me a softer green, which goes better with the pink, I think. So I'll do that. That's what I'm going to use to paint my my leaves. A little bit of those two mixed together. And I'm just looking at a reference painting here. So I'll just move these things, excuse me, while I just do some tidying up and get my iPad, because I need reference materials, and it's not easy to find things when you're a long way away from home, is it? Normally I would go to a book, but I'm having to use the internet at the moment. So this is my bookmark, and of course you can use, you don't have to use a pad, you can just use any piece of paper, just mask off a section using masking tape and go ahead and paint in there. And obviously, you know, I'm just using this because I bought this last year and I haven't, because I wanted to try it out and see if it was worth it, and I haven't really kind of used it yet. So, okay, so let's see what we can do. So the leaves are weird, like I said, and they kind of do something like that. And then take the point of your brush and just drag the paint out a little bit to give it that spiky effect, and don't bother about being too accurate. And then change the colour a little bit, maybe add a little bit more of the turquoise, and they sort of come out from beside each other, don't they? So we do that, and then the next one I'll add a bit more of the sap green to make it a little bit more yellow. And then the flowers come here at the ends. So I think I'm making this up as I go along, of course, as we always do. Let's give that another one. There's no point in painting unless you're going to make it up as you go along, is there? Let me see, what should we do? I have that one coming out here, can overlap a bit. This is quite a nice paper. Hanemühle is not as popular as Arches. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of arches really, or arche as we call it in France. The French have to do everything different. Yeah, so let's do that, and then we'll go to the pink. And we are just going to do some random sort of pinkness. And wherever we think it belongs. I'm not going to even try to make my Christmas cactuses look accurate, but we will just do some petals. You need variety. The thing with painting, isn't it, is that you need variety, because the eye is a very demanding thing and it likes things to vary. So the shapes have to vary and the colours have to vary. And we could pick up a little bit of dark green and just try to put a little bit of shadow on some of these. It will all bleed in and give you variety. And a bit more pink, not too dark. Down here, oops, not quite that light. Somebody said they missed the sounds of all the animals because Cairo seems to be so quiet. It's not. I'm in a padded cell here. You know, it's double glazed windows and everything, but outside it's a different question altogether. Yes, we just watched some people this morning cleaning the windows opposite on a big building, hanging by a thread. It's quite interesting. Okay, so we've put a few dots of red here and there because quite often these little things bud and seem to, I don't know, the little dark bits. That makes sense. I'm just squinting at the... and drop that in and it will run. That's always a good trick. Okay, and put some more there. And then I have to let that dry. And if I'm not happy with it when it's dry, I can come in and do a bit more work on it. And I could do some line work if I wanted to. Or I could start all over again if I wanted to. But I think it's probably going to be okay. And what does that mean anyway, as I often say? Okay, so let's see. It's not dry, but I think that would make quite a nice bookmark. You could put little touches of gold on it as well if you wanted to. I'm going to use this one as a colour reference and put him over there, just to remind me, because I'm going to do these bodies in green in the same way. They could have scarves on, but they haven't really got much in the way of necks, have they? So I think we'll just stick with the hat. And I think I'll start with the hat. So I'm going to pick up a little bit of red for that, and let's sit down. It's a good idea. Take the weight off. And you can, there are different ways, obviously, of painting everything. So you could keep that line of the furry top of the hat straight if you want. You want to make it really graphic, or you can make it look a little bit more furry by just kind of giving a broken line. It doesn't really matter. And this one we'll do the same. Since I've done it on one, I'll do the same on the other. And we'll sort of give the hat a bit of shape. But you don't have to do that. You can do it as a clean triangle if you want. Okay, so that's that. And we might want to use some blue to make the red a little bit darker. And then you can call that shadow. So you might want to sort of put some shadow in the back there, or near to the ball, or behind the edge of the fur. Like that, just something to kind of break it up a little bit. And then I think I'll probably do the bodies. So pick up some green. And I decided to give them some wings. So we'll put in the wing there, and then just paint round the eyes and round the beak. You can take your time over this. There's no rush. Oops. Try and keep that slightly round. Okay. And then again, you can add a bit of blue to make that green a bit darker. And then you can just drop some in. You don't need to be too precise about where that goes, just a bit like that. Or you can use your darker green if you want instead. If you haven't got a darker green, just mix some blue in. Okay, and then this one I'm going to start with the darker colour because he's kind of just slightly behind. So I'll start with the darker colour there, paint around his beak, and then maybe switch to the lighter one. And he's got a wing out here. There we are. And we just put some green between the eyes there, sort of around the top. And here too. You can always kind of fine up the details later, but that's a start. And then we will do the holly, I think. So let's take some red and some green to make a sort of reddish green colour, brownish, greyish, whatever-ish, and we'll just paint the stem in there. You see, you don't need a special brown because green and red makes brown. And then we'll go for the holly in green. There's 100 ways you could paint this. Whatever you like. You don't have to stay inside the lines. I'm staying pretty much inside the lines here because I am, but you don't have to. And I'm just going to drop in some darker green just to break it up a little bit. And I will be doing, as I said, I will be going over this with ink to give it a little bit more character maybe, or definition, or whatever you want to do. And a bit of a darker green. Just pop that in, sharpen up some of the points of the holly. It's quite strange doing Christmas things when you're away from your normal environment. I mean, in Egypt, and although it's November, you wouldn't know it because it feels like summer. And obviously, of course, because it's Egypt. So it's quite difficult actually to get into the mood. I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to this red. I said I might want to. So we just make that a slight different colour, and I'm just going to pop in some berries here, and I rather hope that some of them will run a bit. And of course, if you want them to, they probably won't. So then I'll pick up some blue and make that into a darker red, more of a purple, and put some shadow in some of them and make some darker ones behind, like that. And next, what is next? Maybe the feet of the birds. Let's put some really dark and just give them little claws like that. Okay, we're getting towards the point where we might want to do the background, I think. Beaks, yellow. Yeah, I knew there was a reason why we needed yellow. Of course there is. I'll get some yellow. Okay, so far so good. Let us mix up some blue. I need a palette. These palettes are super cheap and very easy to come by on Amazon. You can get them in a pack of 10, I think, for very little money. And I picked up a bigger brush, and I'm going to put in some background. So I'm not going to do it super accurate or careful or anything, but I'm just going to basically go around and indicate the sky. You could use a darker blue if you wanted it to look more like nighttime or something. Depends whether you want daytime birdies or nighttime birdies, really. I think mine are going to be daytime birdies. But it might be snowing, you know, so you might put some snow on at the end. Some people don't like it if you leave gaps when you paint your background, but I quite like it like that. But if you don't want the gaps, then do the background first and paint somewhat over when you come to do the, you know, the features, the leaves and everything. You can go over the lines, but I prefer it when the colour runs and it all looks very sloppy and messy. Wasn't it Shader Campbell who coined the phrase, or certainly popularised it a few years ago, perfectly imperfect? I think that's pretty much the way most of us watercolourists these days, the modern style, unlike the way it used to be in the olden days when Turner was doing his watercolours and so on. That was all very accurate and hard. Right, now what's got to happen now is basically it's going to have to dry. And I don't have a hairdryer here at the moment, So what I'm going to do now is clean up my white and wonder whether I brought with me, did I? I don't remember. I do have a tube of white titanium white gouache. So I think this is a Meaden colour from Meaden set of paints. I was sent a set of Meaden gouache a while ago. I don't use gouache very often, but it is useful for things like this. So I'll mix that up with some water to use for the snow. And if I were to try it out, let me see if I test it on. Yeah, that's okay, that'll work. You don't really need a special brush, just any brush will do. Make it reasonably runny like that, and then you can just spatter snow into your actually quite rapidly drying because we are in a very dry climate. It's one of the things that makes this country very different to live in, because your body has to adjust to the lack of water in the air. And you'll probably notice that my voice is a little bit croaky. And it's because, I think it's because the air is so dry. And even if you've got air conditioning, that doesn't make it better. It makes it, if anything, worse. And so, yeah, bit of a problem. Okay, so the next thing to do is, I think, the very light blue shadow on the furry bits. So it needs to be really light. And we want some on the eyes as well. It needs to be really light, but we might have to come back and do more than one layer. Make that look a little bit more realistic. And I really want to do the eyes now, because they are looking a bit blind. Whoops. Okay, so let's see, how should we do the eyes? Okay, I'm going to start off by going around my holly, I think, just to get the feel of the pen. So we'll just outline the berries and the leaves a little bit. You don't have to do this part of it. If you paint more carefully than I have, then you definitely don't need the outlining. But if you're doing splodgy paintings, you know, sometimes this is what will pull it all together. It's a little bit damp. So we just partially outline everything. You've seen me do this multiple times before, and I know everybody thinks when I start, oh my God, is that going to work? And I don't know either. Okay, so let's put in some pupils. Just pressing down hard to make it dark. And then we can go around the outside of the beak, for example, and the eye. And then let's just give them some outlines. Sorry about the scritching. I'm trying to minimize it. I know it's a, what do you call it? It's a fingernails on the blackboard problem. Okay, so we'll keep going. Just pressing, I'm holding the pen quite a long way back, so I have less control, which is what I want. I don't want it to be too precise, and by golly, it won't be. Okay, I think we're getting there. Oh, hand's gone numb. A little bit very pale blue. Perhaps I might mix it with a tiny bit of gouache to just give some shape, some shadow to the eyes. And I know that's on the other side, but he's looking the other way. And then a bit more shadow in the furry bit of the hat. You get to this point and I suddenly think, oh my God, I hope the phone hasn't stopped recording. Because, you know, these things happen, don't they? And I think we're getting close. So maybe we need a little bit of darker green here and there on the wings, for example. And just some texture, perhaps underneath the beak and behind the eye. Like that, perhaps. And, you know, you could, if you wanted to, and if you could find it, you could take your gold pen, which probably won't work, and you could put a few touches of gold on the berries, for example. Could use a white pen for that too if you wanted to do it in white, but the gold is quite nice. And you could do some of them, could go over the red more or less in gold if you wanted to. And you could, you know, I'm not going to do this, but you could put dots on their hats. I think I'm going to just darken one side of his beak, and you could do that with a pen. You know, you could, a brush pen, you know, one of the, like the Poetique ones, which are no longer available actually. So I'll just darken one side and the bottom there a little bit. Gives it a bit more 3D ness. Right, okay, so yeah, I'm not thrilled with the way the holly came out. I think what's happened there a little bit is that I'm not used to the way the paper is drying. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come in with my brush pen and I'm just going to try and sharpen that up a little bit. just very hard to see the berries if it all runs too much, you know. And probably I could find a red one too. And just improve these colours a bit. It has to be said, these brush pens are very handy. Yeah, these ones are Poetique, and as I say, I don't think you can get many more, but I think Artex have got something similar. You'll find them on Amazon. That's a bit better. Put some veins in the leaves, that makes them look better too. I haven't painted anything for a few days because we've all been ill, you know, with jippy tummy. My husband had it yesterday, and Tamsin had it before him, and I had it first, as usual. So, yeah, we've not been completely on track. And for those of you who are wondering, if anybody is, why I am here, is because my husband, years ago, for an investment, bought some property here. And we are contemplating spending winters here instead of in France. And so we need to furnish the place, which is why we're here at the moment. Okay, so I'm just going to put a few little dashes of green, if I can find my green one. Is that green? No, is that green? Yeah, ink green. Just put a few little dashes of green on the bodies of the birdies. And I'm going to call that done. So don't forget to go over to dianeantone.com and look for the mugs. And Tamsin's putting those together, and I think they're going to be absolutely lovely. Well, they are. I can see that already. And yeah, so here we are. There's two little dicky birds sitting on a branch and all getting ready for Christmas. So I hope you enjoyed that, and I will see you again soon. So I'll let you go, and bye for now, everybody. And I hope all your Christmas plans are going in the right direction. Yes, I'll see you again soon. Bye for now.